Okay, guys, and we're going to be getting into the top 64 for Ursiiday's Pokemon Pocket Weekly number 19. Absolutely insane that we are 19 weeks into, I don't know, am I allowed to say series if there's not like an end? But, you know, this series of tournaments, so absolutely awesome. And I'm really excited to have back my co-host, Nothing But Bangers. You can check him out on YouTube, on Twitter, on Twitch, all the different platforms. He is a fantastic competitive Pokemon Pocket content creator, so make sure you check his stuff out. Exclamation mark co-caster. Is there anything you would like to say to introduce yourself, Mr. Bangers?
Yo, what's going on, everybody? This is Nothing But Bangers, aka MBB, aka Bangers, aka I'm with the Ursiiday community, helping her co-cast the top cut, and I can't wait to see some of these matchups.
Yeah, some of these matchups are going to be absolutely fantastic. We were looking at the top cut of the meta this week with our top 64, and it really seems like between this week and even like last week, that meta is really starting to solidify. Dialga and Rampardos. I think Rampardos last week had literally 5 players in the entire tournament, and 2 of them made it into top cut. And this week, Dialga, Rampardos, they're 2 of the biggest meta shares in the overall tournament and the top cut.
Yeah, honestly, Ursi, this is something that's huge. I mean, Arceus and Dialga are dominating at a level that we really haven't seen very often in terms of making the top cut. And Rampardos, when you combine those two shares of the meta, I mean, we're talking about over 60% of the top cut is either of those two decks. That's incredible.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane to see that. It kind of reminds me back to the Pikachu and Mewtwo meta I was messaging you about earlier with Genetic Apex. A lot of times that meta was like, or even I guess like Mystical Island, it felt like you had the biggest meta share of the number 1 deck, and the second biggest was what could beat that, and then everything else was what could beat the one that was beating the best deck, I guess is the way to put it.
Yeah, I mean it's like slightly a little rock paper scissors, a little bit, but like man, that number 1 deck. I mean, the only other deck we've seen, or the only other 2 decks that we've seen dominate, are towards the end of like Genetic Apex and Mythical Island would probably be like Gyarados EX and Mewtwo EX. But I mean, Arceus-Dialga, it may have a case for being arguably the strongest deck that we've seen so far in this game's history.
Yeah, I think actually it's a little bit funny to me. I remember last week I'd posted about the meta share, and I think my number 1 retweets were like the physical card game players. They were all like having PTSD to back to the ADP meta, which is Arceus-Dialga, Palkia. I think it was like one card that had all 3 Pokemon in it. I was not playing during that time period. But it's always interesting to see how some of these decks, or how some of these same Pokemon are kind of getting the same love here in Pokemon Pocket.
Oh my gosh, ADP was a menace. Like it broke the mechanics of the game, Ursi. Like whenever you activated its attack, it was like a special like once per game attack. You got like an extra prize for knocking out a Pokemon. I mean, it was literally just busted. Like, oh.
Oh my gosh, that's absolutely insane. I can't imagine you knock out a 2-pointer and you get your 3rd point in this game. So luckily, that's not this game, not this this card, but that sounds really, really strong, and it's really cool. I wonder, I always think it's really interesting to see how these like cards cross over, be it the Pokemon or things like that. And so I'm kind of excited to see Arceus-Dialga do so well.
Yeah, and you know what? Even though it's not all in one deck, I mean, we're starting to see Palkia get some love too, even that origin form. And that was a deck that I played and got 5 wins with. I think you did too, right?
Yeah, I
I mean,
actually played it as well, and I got a 12-win streak before I ended up losing to be just completely bricking. I think that deck is honestly just like so strong.
yeah, it's so cool that people are still cooking. I mean, I've even seen some people teching some of the Reggie trio, like maybe you're playing fighting, they tech Regirock. I've seen people tech the Reggie Ice. So like it's really cool to see Because at a surface level, you kind of looked at the set and you said, okay, well, there's Arita, there's Leafeon, and there's Arceus. But now we're starting to find like the tech cards, the Sudowoodos, and so on, the Origin form Palkias, and they're starting to actually have a little bit of an impact on the meta. And I'm very pleased to see that.
Yeah, I think Sudowoodo I thought was gonna be absolute trash. If I'm being completely honest, thought it was gonna
Hmm.
be like what you would call bulk in the physical card game. But
Yeah.
I became a believer last week of the Sudowoodo, and honestly, we thought Leafeon was gonna be fantastic. I don't think we have a single Leafeon in our top 64 today.
Yeah, I mean, we are seeing a crazy shift in the game. Not a single psychic deck, not a single electric deck, and obviously, like you just mentioned, not a single Leafeon in top cut. And I mean, like if you look at some other tournament results in the top cut, you're actually going to find a lot of that same information and a lot of that same data. So for for so long, we were just so dominated by Mewtwo and Pikachu, and now they're just hey, they're nowhere to be found.
Yeah, it's crazy. Pikachu was so strong for so long. And even with, I mean, even into Genetic Apex, it felt like we were just getting more and more cards. And all of a sudden, they're gone. I kind of like it, especially because it doesn't feel like it's just like pure power creep. Like Executor back in our top 64 again this week, even though it was gone last week. And Executor is all the way back from Genetic Apex. So really, really, really exciting to start to see some of those really. I mean, I don't say older cards; they're only like 4 or 5 months old, but
Yeah.
it. We could be seeing more power creep than we are, and I actually do want to give huge kudos to the devs because I feel like we always have so many new decks every single week.
Yeah, and the only thing that I would say is, you could make a little bit of a comparison between like Pikachu and Arceus EX, Arita and Erica, and even Leafeon and sort of like Gardevoir. You could definitely see like, okay, these cards are slightly like side grades or just direct upgrades in a lot of ways. And so like I think it's kind of fascinating when you look at it from that point. But in terms of like the other tech cards that we got from Triumphant Light,
Mm-hmm.
I, I'm I'm really actually digging the way that the game is kind of shaping out. It's going to be interesting to see just how dominant Arceus-Dialga can continue to be. But I mean, like right now, just you got to just look at it and just say, "Wow, this deck, it's legit." I mean, there's no other way around it.
Very legit. And honestly, I think like even the mirror is like so skill intensive compared to like uh some mirrors where it's like whoever gets the first point is going to end up winning the game. Uh and so that's really fun to see, and I think we're going to have a lot of fun even casting some of these mirrors today, which is exciting when
Yep.
we just love this competitive scene so much. So always fun to cast fun games like that.
Oh yeah, we got some good matchups here. I'm ready to see like what we dive into first. I got the matchups pulled up. I'm like, let me see this one. I don't know.
Let me pull them up for the stream to see then here. Are there any matchups specifically that you're interested in watching today?
So I gotta be a little honest. I'm a little biased to Gallade decks. I think that that was a card that just finally got some tender love and care in this current meta. And then I also look around. I see some Gyarados. There's an interesting Gyarados deck playing Manaphy and Regice. And I almost want to say like that might be something that people can build on. So I'm curious to see how this Gyarados deck can do. And then there's, the typical like Gyarados Druddigon deck that we've got here going up against Dark Zone. So that's an interesting matchup. You probably hate seeing Magnezone if you're a Gyarados and Druddigon player. So, that might be at a little bit of a disadvantage. But I mean, yeah, there's some really good matchups just across the board. Hey, we've even got a battle of the 18 trainer decks with
Oh no,
Palkia
yeah,
and,
we
and
do.
Articuno.
It's the two legendary water, or I guess one's water and one's ice, but in this game they're both water. So the two water Pokemon. Yeah, I do really find that I was actually thinking of this Gyarados list when you were mentioning the different Regis, because they're running the Regi Ice in there. I'm not sure that we got to see any great uses of it yesterday, but the deck looks really, really interesting. And I love seeing the mix up of that Gyarados list because for a long time during Mystical Island, it was the same 20 cards: two Misty, two Research, two Pokeball, two Leaf, 2/2 on Gyarados, 2/2/2 on Greninja, and just the two Druddigon. So seeing these mix-ups this meta is really interesting because I even saw the one where it's like no Greninjas in the Druddigon Gyarados list. I don't know. Yeah, it is here.
Yeah, and like, the thing about Gyarados is that if you just look at the card alone, 100 in HP on a stage 1 is just a fantastic amount of bulk, and it dodges a lot of those 160 breakpoints that we're probably going to see a lot of this cast. There's a weird, level where if you can survive that 160 threshold, your deck has a chance to be very successful. And then on top of that, it's just got to find a way to deal 20 damage. And I think that the correct play in a lot of cases is to either play Druddigon or to play Rocky Helmet to make sure that you can ensure that 140 and 20 damage to make 160. And so I think that, taking out Greninja is probably the correct play just because right now, I think if you looked at all these decks, outside of like Rampardos, it's very hard to find like a true stage 2 deck that can really like survive in this meta right now.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, I feel like even we're seeing like some of these basic Pokemon take the spot of what were stage 2 Pokemon. I'm a huge fan of the Charizard list, as everyone knows. But I almost feel like this like Palkia origin form Palkia list kind of reminds me of the Charizard playstyle, where you're just trying to get as many energies as possible onto your Charizard EX before it has to swing an attack. And it feels pretty similar with the Palkia EX. You want to get upwards of 6 energies on Palkia so that you can swing twice and just wipe the board.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, no coin flips, no, oh man, I can't find my Charmeleon. Like, yeah, I mean, I definitely see the similarities.
yeah, and not having to get those different evolution Pokemon, like you're saying, like that Charmeleon is so much nicer for consistency. Though I will say we have a little bit of a coin flips with the Misty still.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, and like, hey, the thing about like water that I think a lot of people are starting to realize is we are now at a stage in the game where you can play a Misty deck and literally Misty is just a bonus. Like
Yeah,
you
100%.
already have your ramp with Manaphy, you already have your early game tempo with Palkia EX, and you have, good mid game to late game pressure. So like, I think we're just kind of like in a stage where the reason why Misty is like starting to look even better is because it's no longer like, oh man, I better hit Misty or I just lose. Like it's just an added on win condition, which is, arguably the best way to that you can play that card.
Oh, completely agreed. I remember set 1, Genetic Apex, the Articuno T18 was like you hit Misty or you lose.
Yeah.
And even once we got to Mystical Island, Gyarados obviously could swing back and like cover ground if you hadn't been able to find that Magikarp or the Gyarados EX itself with the Misty. But hand attaching was not a problem to get all the way to 4 energies with Gyarados. And now Misty's just some extra energy to discard later, which is
Yeah, it
really
just
nice.
creates those blowouts, like Manaphy, it's going to be fascinating to see how many times we see it today, but I call Manaphy kind of like a snowball card. Like it just kind of snowballs out of control if your opponent can't answer it. And I think that's probably why it's probably the best way to play Gyarados at the moment. You just if you can't answer the Manaphy and all of a sudden you're staring down a Gyarados as well as a Palkia origin form, I mean, like good luck. That's gonna be tough.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be really, really tough. Uh, with that, I think we're going to be getting started about in like a minute or two. We gave some people some extra time because I'm not sure everyone knows that we have daylight savings hour. But we have been doing announcements all day, so they should be checking the Discord. But so you want to look at Gallade? I definitely would like to watch at some point some Origin Form Palkia if possible. But Gallade looked so cool last week, so I would be really excited to get to watch some of it as well. Especially now they're seeing more and more Sudowoodo in it. I'm starting to fall in love with especially the cute little art. It's got Bonsley in the background.
Oh yeah, it's tremendous. I like it on Limitless too. Like the two little icons that I love on Limitless are the Hitmonlee and the Sudowoodo. Like they look so great.
Oh yeah, they really do look great. They look so cute. Hitmonlee looks yeah, Hitmonlee looks so funny, and so I like when you see Hitmonchan because you never expect that one as well.
So hey, yeah, I mean, hey, we have options, and honestly, between Gallade and Palkia Origin, I think there's more Palkia Origin.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so we might. I guess it's about 3-3 because there's Gallade Sudowoodo and then there's Gallade Hitmonlee. So we got 3 versions of each. So we should be able to see both of them.
Okay, perfect. Let's try to do a Glade first, I think. Do you have a preference on which game, assuming that we can find it?
Let's see. So let's see. We've got Gallade versus Arceus-Dialga. We've also got Gallade going up against Palkia 18 Trainer. You know what? I actually am kind of interested to see. I know 18 Trainer decks are kind of like one of those decks that a lot of people root against. I think I'm kind of interested in seeing that. It would be Riri or Rui 1729 versus
Ooh.
Sec 1
Let me see if
towards the bottom.
let me make sure that they have everything ready potentially. Let me just quickly check. It looks like they're not ready just yet.
Okay.
There is a Palkia Origin versus T18 if we want to try that. Or there's
Yeah, let's do that.
actually a Lucario Sudowoodo list with no Rampardos versus oh, for some reason I thought it was against Gallade. It's also against wait, sorry. I'm trying to find the different games here.
There's a Gallade Sudowoodo versus Rampardos Lucario. I think is that the one that you were mentioning, or
Maybe that is the one I'm thinking of. Do you want to let's see if that one is ready. Uh Just for everyone's understanding, we require everyone in top 64 to stream their games. So sometimes it can take a couple extra minutes in the background for them to get ready with these games, even though they're trying to go all at the same time. Only one person showed up in that one as well. Okay. We might have to check out a origin form here. I'm going to check out 21. Let's see. I'm going to look at the Tigo versus Megan. TDN Megan?
yes,
They're
yeah,
here.
that's a Palkia Origin against fighting. Yeah.
Okay, so they're both ready to go, it looks like.
I've got the deck list pulled up if that's where we end up going.
It looks like it is going to be the one that we know. Do you have preference on which point of view we watch, the Lucario or the origin form?
Yeah, hey, the Origin form sounds good.
Perfect. That's going to be TDN Megan, and they're in channel 44.
Okay, hopping in. See you there.
Yeah, there. Oh, they're not streaming yet, though.
Not yet.
Looks like they're not streaming in that one. I'll just remind them.
By the way, this is the card for card list that I actually played, the Palkia Origin form. I think this is a great deck.
Yeah, it's so good. Let me check it out as well real quick. I don't remember the exact support is, but it looks pretty close to what I was running as well. I think it might be the exact one as well. Okay, they are streaming in 44, so we can hop in there.
Perfect.
See you there.
See you.
Perfect. We're gonna get that game.
Yeah, this deck actually won the tournament yesterday as well. So this deck, I'm definitely a fan of it. If you haven't seen this deck yet, the idea is you want to get in there early, start off with Manaphy, and then from there ramp up your Palkia on the bench, whether it's the Origin form or the EX. If you have to start Palkia, you do run 2 Leaf, so you're able to pivot very easily out of the active into your Manaphy or soak some damage and then pivot into an attacker. So a lot of good flexibility here.
Yeah, I think there's a really good flexibility in this deck, be it the Origin form, who maybe you don't always want to be the one attacking with it, but even using it as a tank feels good sometimes.
There's some interesting breakpoints with this matchup too. Marshadow and Lucario will be a direct answer to Origin Form Palkia. The only curveball will be if there is a giant cape. So that is something to pay attention to. But this is gonna be an interesting matchup. It just kind of really depends on how fast Sudowoodo can line up into Palkia EX and if Marshadow can make an appearance. So here we go.
And it is up on stream as well here. Sudowoodo is out and ready to fight, it looks like. And you did say that's what we're going to need to watch out for, though. No EX just yet.
Yeah, and the decision to hold Pokeball here is going to be something that people, may notice they saw it pop up in the draw phase. But if you are playing this game, sometimes you hold on to Pokemon draw or Pokemon, Pokeball to go ahead and potentially fish out another basic the next turn and still give yourself a good odds to draw a basic on your draw for turn. So just a
Yeah,
little bit of sequencing.
that's a great point. Yeah, increasing the chances you're going to hit it in your draw here would be really nice. Doesn't look like that's the case. We're going to go on and use that Pokeball now that we got a little bit more information. We hit the Manaphy, but leaf in this list.
Yeah, I mean here you're staring down a Marshadow that's going to get an energy on it, so it's going to always be threatening.
Mm-hmm.
Drawing a Palkia EX, it's going to be decent, but it's looking like you're going to need to trade one prizers and then have your Palkia EX be kind of like your finisher at the end of the game.
100%. Yeah, I definitely agree with that. Having it set up and ready to go at the end of those can be really important because it does need 4 energies. And sadly, we don't have that Palkia EX to soak up the second energy.
Yeah, and the way this deck works, by the way, for people that may be new, is you do want to make your opponent prize map 1-1-2, in terms of a one prizer, and then finally a two prizer. So you want to draw the game out. However, not finding the Palkia EX right here is a little troublesome, and then seeing a Riolu come down, yeah, this is going to be danger zone very quickly. But again, the Arita could potentially help heal if they end up finding Garita, to prolong that Palkia origin form as well.
Yeah, getting that the addition of Irida in this set to allow for healing and water decks, but any decks that run water is so nice. But that Sabrina feels pretty painful here. It looks like we're gonna have to burn a second leaf to get Manaphy back going. Still no
And
second.
it's a little debatable here whether or not you even use it right there. I mean, honestly, at max, you're taking 40 damage next turn, so it brings you down to 40. I mean, maybe that's the right thing to do, but honestly, I don't know. I think that's a little interesting. But again, it's just going to come down to like you're going to need to find a second follow up, right? Like even if it's a Palkia origin form, you need to find a second attacker here very soon.
Yeah, that's gonna be super important to be able to continue the game. It always hurts when you don't find the attackers you need, especially in the setup phase when you're trying to load all that energy up and you're just not getting all the energy that Manaphy's offering either. Like you just aren't able to capitalize on it without even like a second origin form. He's another Cyrus comes down.
So we've seen, I think, what, both Cyrus and Sabrina now. So there's no more forced switch cards if I'm counting correctly.
Yep, we've seen one Sabrina and one Cyrus, so they're not going to be able to pull anything off the bench in the future here without just knocking it out. Looks like we do finally have Palkia EX, but it almost feels like too late. But I wonder if you like just retreat regardless and start powering up the Palkia EX. Because you don't.
By the way, my fault. There's one more Cyrus because they run two, so they have
Oh,
one more left. I thought they ran through two already. But yeah, I mean, looking at this situation here, you probably it might feel like a waste if you were to play an Arita right here, because the Marshadow is just gonna one shot you immediately after. The other decision that you have to look at here is how fast can Manaphy charge up your Palkia. So there's a lot of options here, but none of them look necessarily fantastic. Um, I- even if you were to Arita and Giant Cape, you're still in range of being taken out by that Marshadow. So they're gonna force the issue here. They flip heads and get the KO, so that's huge.
Yeah, that first point's gonna be really nice.
And the Rocky Helm here, like I said, the Arita is a little tricky there because what are you I'm not sure exactly what you're accomplishing there. Because honestly, like you're gonna get KO'd by either of these attackers going into the next turn, regardless of whether or not you Arita. So, but again, if you don't use it now, when are you gonna use it? So.
Great point, though. It does not bring you over any threshold, especially with that Rocky helmet on the Sudowoodo. Hey, I wonder if there's somewhere we were supposed to save it, but it does look like we're going to go on and get knocked out as well. Second Sudowoodo is down, and they can do, what, 70 damage to the Palkia EX once it starts getting in the active?
Yeah, you're gonna wish you had all the Aritas when that thing comes out. Is
Yeah,
the way that I'm looking at it.
that's how
But
I felt
you
as
are
well.
lining up into a 1-1-2 prize game because there's no way for them to get your Palkia EX on the bench into the active now. So that's a good thing. But again, like I think the Palkia player here is gonna just wish that, they had that Arita for the Palkia EX that's on the bench.
100%. Yeah. It looks like we're like basically going to have the energy to knock out one Pokemon, but I doubt we're going to get to where this Palkia minus a nice Misty will be able to just like back to back. I don't know the second attack, but
Oh, it's
back
like
to back.
spatial dimension or something like that, or dimensional blast. I don't know. It's some Yu-Gi-Oh attack. Dimensional storm.
Dimensional Swarm, no.
Or
But
storm, yeah.
Storm. Okay, at least it's a little bit water. A little bit water. Um,
So if you're wondering too why they decided to play Giant Cape, that Giant Cape takes them out of the threshold to get KO'd here. So, the fighting player does play one Giovanni,
mhm.
but, they would have to burn Giovanni as well as the Lucario boost to be able to knock out that Manaphy, and they're just going to pivot into Sudowoodo.
Yeah, and Sudowoodo is only going to do 40 here, but it does mean that Megan's on a bit of a timer. Only 2 attacks by Manaphy will be possible, but that should bring us up to, what, 5 energies before this Manaphy gets knocked out, which is pretty nice.
Do you even continue ramping, or do you hope that maybe you can Arita out of that threshold of Cyrus? Because like I I don't know. I mean, like you really can't. I guess you really can't pressure consecutive turns with just 4 energy on this Palkia EX,
Yeah, and I
and
think
that's
you
kind of an
need the
issue.
pressure because Marshadow is going to do 120 damage with
Yeah.
the Lucario uh, boost. So I kind of feel like we need it.
They might be planning to tank some damage with this Palkia origin form and then switch out of it. That might be the case. Actually, it might be the last attacker. So they send in Palkia EX, it clears something out, and then maybe they switch into Palkia origin form, it to go ahead and finish something off. I could see that being a line, but energy may be a problem there because they're out of pivot cards.
Yeah. Um.
Okay, so Giant Cape comes down. The only way that that's really significant is probably like if Lucario gets lined up against the Palkia origin form. Um, with no Dawn in the deck, there's no way to get this origin form ready to attack. Yeah, this is gonna be tough. Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be really tough. I feel like for Megan to come back here. We have a Sabrina come down, but I don't know what they would put up that would make that like important. Yes, we're gonna attack for 150 we'll be at 2 energies? No, 3. And then we'll be able to swing again next turn and take our 3rd point. And
yeah.
I don't think there's any way that they knock us out either. I don't think Tigo has a knockout here.
No, that was their only chance was like what? Double Lucario, Marshadow, Geo.
Yeah.
That was 150.
That's true, yeah. A lot of pieces.
So now it's I think they got him. This was a very good showing for this Palkia Origin. Even I was fooled for a second, not thinking they would have enough energy, but that extra turn with the Manaphy was 100% the difference in the correct line.
Yeah, that
Wow.
Manaphy really changed the story for game 1 here. Marsha can do 130, but it's not going to be enough, and this is going to be game 1 for TD and Megan.
Wow. I mean, hey, if you were wondering, you know, if you had any questions about how strong this deck was, this directly just showed it. That was an incredible comeback victory, in my opinion, even though I think they took the first prize.
100%. Yeah, we did take the first prize, but we didn't have Palkia EX on the board till like turn 3 or 4, which is kind of crazy to then still be able to get that Palkia all set up and powered up to be able to do 2 consecutive attacks. Absolutely fantastic job by Megan, and I guess slow and steady wins the race here, even if you might not expect it with a deck like this.
And you'll notice there's no Misty high rolls there, right? Like the deck was going to win, you know, without Misty there. Misty would have just been, you know, win more, or it would have been win faster. And I think that like that's super relevant, especially as we get closer to ranked, right? If you can make a water deck that, you know, again, it's adding Misty as like an extra win condition rather than the win condition. I think you've got a great formula for a winning deck in ranked as well as these tournaments.
Yeah, I completely agree, and I'm so excited for ranked. We were talking about this briefly before stream, but ranked is only what, like three weeks away right now, and I'm really interested not only to see what cards end up going, what people play on ranked. They play decks like that. I'm trying to figure out which way to point this, or if we're going to see completely new decks come out as people are forced to innovate versus what they see on the ladder.
Yeah, ranked is. I think a lot of the decks that you see in tournaments. Look at this opener, man. This is a pretty strong opener, and then you don't have to worry about red card or Mars. This is a pretty strong opener.
Yeah, this is a really nice opening. We do have it up on stream for people to see again. Manaphy can only take 20 damage, so it's completely safe, and you can start putting Pokemon.
Yeah, last game you could make the argument the draw wasn't too strong. This game, yeah, the deck is sort of popping off the way that you like. If you were like drawing out, how do I want to play each turn? Like this would almost be one of those options.
Yeah, and so they were able to hold, checking to see it, but they did have a Palkia EX in hand, and I believe it has Origin Form as well. Because there was no Mars or red card in Tigo's list, they can hold it for as many turns they want or until it's needed. And this is the turn it's needed. Last turn, they couldn't attach water energies from Manaphy, but this turn they can. And so now they're putting them down. And there was no risk because of that of getting Sabrina'd around this Manaphy.
The only thing that would be sneaky here would be a Giovanni. A Giovanni right here knocking out Manaphy and cutting you off from continuously ramping is going to be a little bit awkward. And so that might have been a reason to where if you had a giant cape, you throw it on there. And by the way, I know I got sidetracked with the gameplay, but yeah, I do think that the decks that you're seeing in tournaments will be, you know, some of the top decks that you see at least at the higher ranks of ranked. So we'll see how that shapes out. But I think that your tournaments, Ursi, I think that they're going to play a huge role in how the meta looks at the top of the ranked leaderboards when we get there. Depending on how they do it, because we still don't know like the structure of like how they'll do it.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see what their structure ends up being, but get a cape.
I'm trying to figure out. Okay, so the cape, I guess the cape is to, yeah, I'm not sure what the cape is doing. Okay, yeah, it's for Lucario, Giovanni breakpoints. So Interesting that they decided to do it now rather than the turn before. I guess they, weren't too scared of Giovanni the previous turn. But the deck is lining up, I mean, perfectly right now. I mean, the only way that this game goes a little bit sideways is if Palkia Origin like flips probably like consecutive tails, and then they're able to maybe Sabrina the Palkia out and line it up with Sudowoodo. I don't know. Like, this game is looking very decent for the water player here.
Yeah, I mean, this is everything I feel like that the water player wanted. Uh, Getting everything set up like this. I mean, Giovanni is still an option for this turn coming up, but I feel like we're in a good spot. This Palkia is going to have they're both going to be fully powered up, and then behind Origin Form Palkia, because it doesn't have to discard energy, we'll be able to continue to power it up while this Origin Form tanks a bit, while still dealing damage.
So I guess the question here is, do you sack the Manaphy, or do you begin pressuring? Yeah, wow. Okay, so they're going with the second Arita and basically saying that they're going to be able to sweep without using Aritas on their Palkias.
Yeah, it seems like it's going to be definitely possible with how this game is going.
I mean, again, like, I mention it all the time in my content. This is a perfect example of a snowball card. You weren't able to answer it fast enough. We're sitting on what, like turn 7, turn 5 of the game at least, in terms of like counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And Manaphy has just made this game borderline, I don't want to say unwinnable, but as close to unwinnable as like you can basically get the way that things are looking. Oh no, attach your energy. No.
Wait, do we need to attach energy this turn? No! Oh, we got a little bit too excited, it looks like. But we did hit heads.
And that's one of those moments. Yeah, it won't be. It probably won't be. That's one of those moments where like the icon box pops up and you're still like clicking through it like, who cares, Yeah,
100%. I feel like tournaments are one place that I turned off the icon box as quickly as possible, but I do think that like tournaments are one of those moments where you're like, maybe I should turn the icon box back on.
Oh, I always have it up. By the way, this fighting player has the fire arts.
They do, yeah. I made fun of the Marshadow art when it first came out because it reminds me of like the Naruto run, like the Naruto run meme. But I really like it. It's grown on me. You could say it's grown on me for sure.
So you're gonna have to put down this Palkia Origin form to protect yourself from getting beat by a Sabrina potentially. That's the way that I am looking at the game. I guess you could say, hey, Sabrina me, I don't care. You still have to go through my Palkia EX, and you're not going to be able to. So yeah, probably ideal situation for the water player here. Fighting player is probably wishing that they played some sort of top end, like a Gallade or like a Rampardos.
Yeah, this is one of those ones you definitely want Rampardos, who can actually do enough to knock out the Palkia.
Yeah, and even Gallade to a degree may not get the job done because like one of the weird interactions with Gallade is if Palkia uses that spatial or that dimensional storm attack, that could clear out the energies, so that way Gallade is not one-shotting it anymore. So there's a lot of like feels bad moments sometimes with Palkia versus Gallade. And so that might be why you lean more towards Rampardos, but yeah, I mean, this deck just unfortunately is not going to have the damage to go ahead and really take down that Palkia EX in time.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I love this idea of running, because I definitely always love having 2 Marshadows and things like that. Not having one of those big attackers really hurts in this situation. It does take 6 spots in your deck, and in a deck that's 20 cards, that's a lot. But sometimes you need it to deal with 150 health Palkia.
Yeah, very strong showing by the Palkia deck. Game 2, it drew just about as ideally as you would draw it up. And game 1, it found a way to kind of maneuver around an awkward start. So very powerful showing by this deck.
100%. Really great to see it. Let's see if we can find us another game to watch, and hopefully we can get a Gallade game this time. I'm going to quickly see how some of these players did. Gallade, the Rui one, did win their round, so they are going to be going to top 32. Let's see if, though, what some of these other decks are looking like they're still playing. And I'm bringing up the meta breakdown for stream to check out here. Bracket. Let's see if there's any of the Gallades that are still fighting. It looks like Clash is still going.
Yeah, and it looks like Palkia 18 trainer won the head-to-head matchup against the Articuno 18 trainer.
That's interesting.
That's been a little bit of a debate in the community. Which one is, better, Palkia or Articuno 18 trainer? So it's interesting to see that head-to-head matchup.
Sure.
Okay, yeah, we've got 2 Gallade players apparently that are still playing. I think we've got Keyboardum versus Daniel Altita, and that's the 31 versus 34 seed. And then, like you just mentioned, we do have Legendary Cards versus S-Clash, Gallade versus Rampardos.
It looks like they're in their game 2 for the Legendary Cards. You want to try to hop in and see that one? It's in channel 17.
Yes. Okay, we'll see you there.
Ooh, wow.
Yeah, hello sound.
Very much hello sound. Oh, but Clash just won his. Okay, so Clash is 2-0'd, just as we jumped in.
Okay, so that is the Rampardos deck. So Rampardos
beat the Gallade list, so I guess we'll try to get in the other one then.
Okay.
That is gonna be. It was 31. Let's see, one Keyboardum 31 versus 4. Keyboardum, what channel are you in? They're 1-1. They just finished, but Keyboardum won. So there's 2 Glades in top 32.
Okay, so we'll have a chance to check it out in the next round. By the way, Dark Zone lost to Gyarados Dredagon, and Dark Zone also lost to Arceus-Dialga. And then another loss, or Dark Zone lost to Rampardos Lucario. So I think all of the Dark Zones are officially out of the tournament.
Interesting. Yeah, that deck was so strong last set. And now seems to be falling out really quickly.
So we've still got we got some Arceus-Dialga matchups. We've got some Arceus-Dialga mirror matches. Ooh, hey, we do have Executor Celebi versus Palkia and Palkia Origin form. Dins versus WX.
Dins versus WX. Let's see what. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think I see them in terms of their Discord name. I don't know what their Discord names are.
Oh, Din's just finished one.
Oh wow! So the Palkia Origin form deck won, huh? Okay,
Yeah,
I see it now.
Okay, so a lot of these games are finishing off here. We are just.
We've got an 18 trainer Articuno going up against Rampardos Lucario. And then right below that, we've got Dialga Arceus versus Rampardos Lucario as well.
So
I think Sinner is that table 1 person. I'm not sure how far they are in the game, though.
Sorry, which one is this? Sorry, I'm just trying to find
that would be Sinner, the 20 seed, versus Ryushin. And then right above that, there's actually a match going on still as well.
Yeah, we can try to get into Sinner's game. I do think Sinner's in channel 1, like you're saying, so we can hop into there.
Okay, cool.
Everyone's finishing at the same time, so it's hard to find another game for a second there. Center is up
Yeah,
game
and
one.
Center won game one. So this could potentially be the last game that we see, but let's check into this game so far. So Lucario on the bench, Granados on the bench, Riolu in the active, Arceus is powered up and swinging in the active, and then a Shaman healing type on the bench.
I never thought we would have 2 Shamans so quickly. But, let's see here. Yeah, I mean, it seems like Ryushin's setup is pretty nice here. And I don't think... assuming, obviously, that they can find that Granados.
Yeah, there's a couple of win conditions definitely left in their deck. Okay, they just checked the graveyard too, and Sabrina has not been used, if I was able to see that correctly. But Cyrus is sitting on top of their, graveyard / discard pile. So you do still have to look out. You basically are looking for Rampardos or Sabrina. Those would be the 2 cards that put you in a bad spot if you are Center, the Arceus-Dialga player.
Yeah, that's going to be a really tough spot. And let's see if they have it. He's ready to concede if he does.
Yeah, he's like, I got my finger on the button. Will we see game 3? Yes, we will. Okay. So this is going to a game 3. So to talk about these decks as they get the game situation set up, there is the 1 Marshadow in the Rampardos Lucario deck and 1 Sudowoodo, and then a 1-to-1 split Cyrus and Sabrina. So those are cards to look for. And then on the other side, the Arceus-Dialga player is bringing some Mars technology. So they got technology from Mars, chat. That's a little scary.
Yeah.
Giovanni, and then 1 Sabrina, 1 Cyrus, double potion, double cape. So pretty standard in a lot of that. A lot of people do really like Mars in these Dialga decks as well.
I honestly love seeing Mars get brought into these decks. I think hand disruption is so strong, and it's like one of the few things you can do in Pokemon to say, actually, you can't have it. Like, there's not much that you can do to force your opponent not to have it, but hand disruption is a try to do that. Almost, I don't say like a comeback mechanic, because that's not the correct word, but sometimes all you need is an extra turn, right? Because of earlier setup. And sometimes Mars does work to be able to do that. We're going to get that game back up here on stream.
Yeah, this is one of those awkward openers too. You always want to open Dialga and you always want to go second. So in the games that you don't open Dialga and you also don't go second, you're kind of just like, ugh. But that early research may help them find some good answers for their turn 2. By the way, there is 2 Leafs in this Dialga Arceus deck, no X speeds. So getting this Shaman out of the active spot will require a Leaf unless they want to waste a turn attaching energies.
Yeah, and you never want to do that with this deck, especially if you can get that energy on Arceus or on Dialga. And I mean, it looks like we're waiting a turn to decide if it'll matter.
Yeah, they're just gonna go ahead and hold their resources to go ahead and hopefully get Dialga into the active if they are able to. And the Shaman's gonna be able to absorb these attacks, assuming there's no Lucario. But if Lucario comes down, big trouble.
Yeah, huge trouble here if that Lucario comes down.
I guess Granados also could deal the 50 damage necessary. If you were to try to put something like a giant cape on this Shaman, you're looking at 70 HP, which would escape the threshold of Lucario, but not of Granados. Because Granados, if they evolve the Lucario, would do 50 plus 20 for the KO. So, tricky situation here. Yeah, I mean, you have a lot of cards in hand, and you're gonna fire off the Sabrina and force the fossil into the active. Yeah, I mean, man, that's. I mean, the ultimate blowout here is setting itself out, right? I mean, it's Lucario into Granados. That's what you're looking at here, hoping that you don't see if you're the Dialga player.
Yeah, it's definitely what you're hoping. Let's see if it happens. The Pokeball is going to come down, so they're looking for some more basics or thinning their deck.
The other thing that, like, you if you see a Granados come down, then obviously you've got to be on alert for Rampardos too, and that's because that's even more threatening. Okay, so they're going to force the switch. So they're going to start chipping away at this Dialga immediately.
I almost wonder if you don't want to do that, right? Because you're like you're giving them free retreat essentially back to the Dialga.
Yeah, and I guess the only pushback is, hey, I'm putting this Dialga on, a clock now. So you're going to get, 2 ramps with it, best case, but I'm also going to be able to put you on a pretty good clock to hopefully, change the game. So research Pokeball. You've got Arceus. You've got your Healing Shaman. Okay, so there's one Arceus coming down to the bench. So they're going to ramp this Arceus and deal 30 damage. Also, it's worth noting that there's no Pokemon tools in this fighting deck. They chose to play 2 Pokemon communication as opposed to fighting or to any tools. And so, they're probably hoping that they see their Rampardos line more consistently. But in this game, you're just seeing the fact that they weren't able to hit it on time, so they had to discard the fossil. Speaking of Pokemon communications, there's the communications.
Yeah, there's a communication to find different pieces. I wonder what they're looking for right now, because they did discard the fossil that they could have been looking for the Granados with. Looks like we might have gotten a Marshadow.
Yeah, you'll take that 10 times out of 10 in this current game state, right? If they're able to knock out this Sudowoodo, if you can line up your Marshadow into Arceus, should be able to take care of business there. It is worth noting that the Dialga player does play double potion, double cape. So there was a potential where they could heal themselves out of range of this Sudowoodo KOing them. Because that would be, it could be as high as 40 HP healed from the potion and then an additional 20 from the giant cape. So, you're looking at an extra 60 HP there, pushing you to 90, which would have kept you out of range of that Sudowoodo. Definitely decision time here.
Let's see.
I think the correct play is probably to go into... You probably just have to go into the... I think you have to go into the Arceus, and you have to hope that you can save the energy on the Palkia. Or excuse me, on the Dialga. Yeah, it's an interesting line here. Because obviously they're scared of switching Arceus in. And I think that would actually... They would probably be a turn behind of being able to knock out the Marshadow. That's probably why they did that. Because, like, right now in this scenario, your Dialga is toast in the active. And you have to find Giant Cape for your Arceus. So you're going to have another turn to do that.
Yeah, sad to lose those 2 points so quick, but I guess we will have that extra turn, like you're saying, to get Arceus powered up. Also, we need to get rid of that Mars Shadow. Oy.
Yeah, so the Mars comes down, and again, if they have Giant Cape for this Arceus, it can at least stay out of range for this Marshadow and Lucario combination. So right now, you can take this knockout. Marshadow's going to come in and threaten your Dialga, but it's going to survive. Your Dialga is going to survive. Then you have to be aware of Cyrus finishing the game. And the fighting player is packing, Cyrus and Sabrina. So it's definitely going to be looming in the background. My question is why not put the cape down if you have it? Because I guess they've already used Sabrina, right? I think that's the case. They've already used Sabrina.
Yep, they confirm for you that there is a Sabrina that's been used here. So, I mean, at least in the case of having this Dialga in the active spot, hopefully Sinner won't be able to knock it out. Which is a really nice
there should be no way that they can knock out this Dialga. But the thing is, because the Mars, there's a limited window to find the Cyrus. And I guess, and honestly, you don't need to play the cape. You probably could play the cape now on the Dialga and keep it out of range of getting Cyrus. I think that's the reason why you hold on to the cape the previous turn. So that makes sense now. Okay. Yeah, I mean, this game is definitely turning right before our eyes in the advantage of the Arceus-Dialga player here. Yeah, because now they shouldn't be able to lose, right?
Yeah, now without Marshadow there and our Dialga being up to 80 health, I don't think there's a route where Ryushin ends up winning this game.
Yeah.
Obviously, there could be something I'm just like missing, but this Lucario gets knocked out here. There's nothing that they could put down that has a higher health than 130, which is what Sinner's going to be able to swing with. I mean, yep, and like that, Ryushin concedes, and that's their game 3, I believe.
I guess the winning line was Sudowoodo Giovanni, but you couldn't do that because you needed to Cyrus the Dialga on the bench. So yeah, that was definitely very well played by the Arceus-Dialga player. Moving on to the next round.
Yeah, I completely agree. With that being said, it looks like all of our top 64 is complete. So I will let the top 32 know. Bring up the meta breakdown so everyone can see exactly what is in our top 32 today. Really exciting to see. One moment here.
Yeah, I'm checking out the top 32 right now. We got some Gallade Arceus-Dialga. We got some Gyarados Druddigon against Arceus-Dialga. We got some Rampardos versus Arceus-Dialga. Some Rampardos mirror matches. Ooh, we're going to have Palkia Origin Form versus Arceus-Dialga. And some 18 trainer Articuno versus Arceus-Dialga. Dude, this is basically Arceus-Dialga demonstration.
It is a little bit, yeah, it is a little bit here. We'll see what exactly they decide to do. Let me quickly let them know that they can start their top 3-2 may begin. If you you have said your stream. Okay, so let me quickly here, guys, see. Is there any games that you want to watch here? We didn't get to watch too much of the Gallade. There's Roy, who is playing with Gallade still, and is that the only Gallade that made it through? No, there's a second one that was supposed to have made it through, right?
Yeah, I thought there were 2 actually.
I thought there were 2 as well, but I don't see it now.
Huh.
Okay.
Well, I mean, hey, we do have one. At least we can see it go up against the Arceus-Dialga if we want to check that out.
Yeah, we'll try to get into that game then and try to watch that one.
The Gyarados Manaphy deck ended up losing to Exodia. Not
no.
the Exodia from Yu-Gi-Oh, but like that's the person's name, which, you know, a little confusing. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know what happened. I could have sworn.
I thought it did too, so I'm like kind of confused, but maybe we just like mixed up names.
Yeah, I thought I'm baffled. I'll roll with it, but I am a little bit baffled.
Yeah. So, do you want to watch Roy's POV?
Yeah. Let's check that out. Let's see, where's that at?
They're gonna be in channel 20.
20. All right, jumping in.
Okay, let's get this game up. I'm excited for a Gallade match. Let's see here.
Let's go. I gotta tell you, I was so upset when I pulled like 7 Gallades last set. I was like, please stop giving me this card. I want to play Pachirisu 18 trainer. But lo and behold, you know, the true winner was me because I have all the Gallades now. I am the Gallade Connect. If you need Gallade, hit me up, you know.
You add all of them to trade. Let's go.
So here we go. Double Sudowoodo Hitmonlee as the tech Pokemon for this Gallade deck. I'm bringing that up because Nomar Shadow is included. So that is something to keep an eye on. But a pretty strong start going second, lining Sudowoodo up into Dialga. I don't know what the debate is here necessarily. If you are debating attacking, I think you just take the damage and you live and play another turn.
Completely agree. And so we do have everything up on stream now for you guys to see. And Sudowoodo goes on and swings into that Dialga, but gets that 20 damage back.
Yeah, and hey, it is worth noting that the Dialga deck is packing a Healing Shaman. So that Healing Shaman as well, oh, there it is. It comes down on the board. Double Potion, double Rocky Helmet, and 1 Giant Cape. Also, pretty interesting. Dialga player is bringing double Giovanni, no Sabrina. So the Curlia comes down on curve. Another Sudowoodo hits the board. And hey, I mean, here we go. This is every Sudowoodo's dream.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what they want for sure. And even with this 20 back, Dialga's not going to knock out Sudowoodo, who's going to be just 10 shy of that. I don't believe they run any type of... They do actually run 2 Giovannis in this Dialga list. So there is a chance that Sudowoodo gets knocked out here.
Yeah, and like, it's going to be awkward because if you take Sudowoodo to attack right here, it's going to KO on the attack, like KO it by the Rocky Helmet, and then you're setting yourself up to potentially get like rolled by this Arceus EX that's on the bench. So this is a tricky situation. That it is worth noting there is 2 X speeds in the Gallade deck, And if you have X speed, it probably would be a great time to use it. It just depends on like if they have it.
Yeah, we'll have to see here.
But Gallade is setting up very nicely, potentially, if you can line it up into that Arceus EX. It should have 3 energies by then, and you should be able to take care of it. They're not going to attack, so that means they must have not had the X speed.
Huh. It's gonna either be another. They are playing a Mew EX potentially. I'm assuming we're keeping Dialga in the active spot, but I would love to see Gallade come down shortly here. I believe it knocks out Dialga with 4 energies, right? It's
Oh,
70 plus
100%, especially
oh.
with yeah, especially with 80 damage on it already.
Oh yeah, for sure, yeah.
It'll just nudge it a little bit, and Dialga would be KO'd. The okay, so looking at this situation, Sudowoodo is going to go down. So you're probably lining up a 1-1-2 prize mapping game is probably what they're going to try to do. Okay, ignore me. They're not going to do that at all. They're just going to try to sweep with a Gallade if they have it.
Yeah, let's see if they do. We see a Pokeball. It's going to pull up another Ralts. And it looks like we have Gallade in hand. That's going to be 2 points for Roy. And at 170 health, Arceus can't really one-hit KO.
No. This is dream scenario for Gallade right here because there's really nothing that can stop them right now. The only tricky part here is a potential tie. I think if there's another Rocky Helmet, you could put the Rocky Helmet on Arceus. You could Giovanni potentially as well, and basically make it to where we both mutually just lose the game at the same time.
Yeah,
So
very
it's a tie.
true. We've swapped over to water now. It's getting an intense game at this point.
Yeah, I think the Gallade player has pretty much done everything they could. This is a great demonstration of Gallade and how it lines up into some of the top decks in the meta. And you got to think right here too. If this was Rampardos, you would I believe you would have actually have lost, right? So
Yeah, I think so because you would not. Ramparts would have gone into 130 health from that Rocky Helmet. And honestly, I feel like Gallade. Very similar, obviously, to Rampardos. Huge difference, though, is that Rampardos, you can't find the fossil with the Pokeball. And with Gallade, you can. Obviously, damage does vary a lot more with the Gallade, though.
yeah, and Rampardos would have even been higher or lower because of the recoil. So I mean, like, yeah, I think Rampardos would have just pretty much set you up to lose. I wonder if they. I guess they're trying to play around the tie one more turn.
It looks like potentially yes. I wonder if it's a world where you retreat here because so they just attach energy to Mew EX instead. But would you ever retreat here to the Sudowoodo and attack that way? That way you do that 1-1-2 like you were kind of talking about earlier.
Yeah,
Oh,
I do
Hitmonlee
wonder
though.
if I had an X speed, I might have saved it there just so like I make sure my energy can't be messed with. The healing shaman is gonna throw your math off here with Hitmonlee, so it's not even like you're necessarily like putting them on a clock of any kind.
Yeah, I feel
But
like
this opens up the door for Cyrus though.
very true. Yeah, it does open the door for Cyrus. I just feel like a Sudowoodo 70 damage into Arceus, and then even then you would still have Cyrus to be able to bring it back out of the bench if it retreated. Your Gallade is safe then from getting minus Cyrus, damage on it and putting it to where you would potentially be forcing that tie. I don't know.
Yeah, you honestly could definitely make an argument for either the Hitmonlee or the Sudowoodo. I guess the other thing to think about with Sudowoodo is it's a little bit more difficult to pivot out of Sudowoodo because it has that 2 retreat cost.
True, that is very true. Though I guess with the X speed back, right, you could have attached that second energy. Wait, did we not use X speed?
No, they paid the retreat cost.
Oh, so if I was thinking that they're going to use their X speed, they retreat back, attach the second energy to Sudowoodo to retreat later if needed. But
Oh no. Oh no.
uh-oh. And at 150 health, the energies, that seems really bad here.
Yeah, because that's you can only do 130.
Yeah, we can only do 130 here. Uh-oh. Looks like Roy knows it too with this pause.
Well, the Rocky helmet is gonna make it to where it could still be a draw, I want to say. Actually, no. No, it wouldn't be a draw because of the healing shaman.
Hmm. That is true.
Because I think the math would line up 130, so they'd have 20 left, and then shaman would push it to 30, so Rocky helmet would not ensure the tie. Yeah, it might have been a little too cute going into the Hitmonlee.
Yeah, I think
That might have opened the door.
you have what is it called? The charisma points? No, what is it called when people do like the cute plays? Anyway, it didn't work out here potentially, but we'll see if they get punished for it.
There's some awkward footsies. I mean, like that's just it's very awkward back and forth right now. And the way that it's looking, this might be the only game we get to watch or the only match we get to watch this entire top cut if all the games are going to be like this.
Yeah.
Or at least for this round. This is a thinking game right now. I again, just going back to that pivot into Hitmonlee, I think you're probably 100% right that going into the Sudowoodo might have been the better alternative. There's no way for them to get an extra energy on this Arceus, so they're just going to be a turn slow.
That doesn't seem
They
good
could be
either.
setting up. I guess they could be setting up for Cyrus.
They could be.
Like Cyrus on the Gallade.
I'm assuming we don't have any potions either in this list. I'm going to quickly check. No potions or any way to heal in Roy's list. I feel like we needed to oh, style points. Chat got me the style points. The style points did not even out here. Charisma points. Either way though, I do think that like the 70 into this Arceus is gonna be nice, but I do worry, like you're talking about, that they're just setting up for a Cyrus next turn.
Yeah, that they used their own Hitmonlee against them and turned Cyrus into an active card. I mean, like that yeah, putting the Hitmonlee down. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a big oof.
That's a painful moment. Roy does get a little bit punished for that the style points earlier. Let's see. And Ultimate Force is going to ultimately knock out this Gallade. And game 1 is going to go to Renta.
Man, that's there's not a lot of times where Mew EX is going to be necessarily like a game changer, but that's like a great example of how Mew EX is still a very, very real card when you look at that 20 card list. I mean, that the Mew EX won them the game there.
Yeah, I think it really, really did. Even being able to retreat back, and that cape did so much, just pulling it out of range of getting KO'd by Gallade. Meaning they could not really deal with it. They are going to going into game 2 now. They're going to get set up. We're going to let them get their first Pokemon on, their board set up and started before we bring it up. Is there anything you think Roy needs to like watch out for this game that might help them bring this series back?
I think they might look back on game 1 and say the game was theirs. And if they lose this match, that'll be the game that they look at as saying, yeah, I probably should have won that game and moved on to the next round, So you just got to, as a player right now, and a lot of people, can obviously resonate with this, is you just have to be willing to say, hey, I dropped that game. Maybe I made a misplay there. but I need to be able to just play this next game because that's really all that matters. And you're going into Dialga going second, So this is going to be a tough hill to overcome, but you just got to play the next game.
100%. We do have that up. Dialga, I did actually forget to open it a little bit earlier, but Dialga was able to go on an attachment, like you're saying. This is going to be a little bit more tough of a game. We retreat back to a Sudowoodo this time. I don't know. I mean, we just had to do it, I guess. We had to deal with it this way, and we'll see how it goes. But it'd be nice if we could start swinging that Sudowoodo now.
I mean, that actually also might be a great reason why you want to play the teleport Ralts rather than the genetic Apex Ralts. You would have saved yourself an energy there for a potential future Gallade. So like that's there's just a lot of like small decisions that may come back and just really this person may think maybe I gave it away a little bit.
Yeah, I completely agree. The teleportation wants to be really nice there. I will say I saw some lists yesterday that were running like a 1-1 of the two different Raltses. I don't know if that's the play or how it works out, but it'll be interesting to see on Roy's part what they decide to do, if they change the list in the future or what. But
I mean, the difference in the game right now is this Dialga would be at 80 health and potentially 60.
very true.
You know what I mean? Like if they attack into this Rocky Helmet, but now you're staring at 110 HP Dialga, and hopefully you can find Gallade on curve. I mean, it's just again, like there's just some decisions in this game. I think a lot of the game is played in your deck building, right? Like you have to, you really have to spend time in your deck construction. And like that's one of the big issues with the game is like some people will say the game is pretty simple. Obviously I disagree with that, but I also do think that there's a lot of skill in the 20 cards that you decide to bring. And like that's going to be a big factor in a lot of your games. So we've got the Sudowoodo, going back in.
Finally, after three energy attaches, Sudowoodo finally gets to attack.
I mean, geez, this is brutal. I mean, you're staring down double Arceus. Now, granted, if you can find Gallade, Gallade can sweep, but it may be a little bit tricky.
Yeah, it's like you said. If we could have already had that Sudowoodo swinging, it'd be a lot less tricky, I feel like, for Gallade right now. But the game definitely starts playing before you even enter the game, like enter the actual match, because of those deck building choices you make. 100 damage there, going down to 60 health.
So because they had the potion, the extra attack with Sudowoodo would not necessarily have been a KO, but you can see the Gallade is going to come down. You've got a Curlia coming down. So, I mean, hey, this is, yeah, so this should be a knockout. Oh, wait.
Looks like
no. No, right? 110.
Oh,
it's going to be 10 damage short.
We're going to be 10 damage short for sure here. That's going to be painful, just being stuck at one energy. Then if you knock out Arceus, like, what are you supposed to do? Then Dialga comes out and finishes off your Gallade. Next turn, we might have to see a pivot. Curlia, potentially? Oh, we're going to go on and pivot. Hi!
Oh, man.
And did they just, like, do the math wrong? I'm a little bit confused.
Yeah, I think they did. That stinks. You know what? You play so well in, the games that maybe you don't see on stream, and then the game that you do see on screen, you just see a couple of plays that, leave a lasting impression on a lot of people that, didn't get a chance to watch your other games, and that really stinks.
100%. And there's so much more pressure on day one. There's so much more pressure on day two, right? In day one, you're like, oh man, I got 10 games. I got this many losses. the chances of even getting there, you know, like a whole different story. The pressure is not there as much. But when you get to day 2, you had a whole night to think about your games, a whole night to build up that stress, and a single loss is going to end your run. You're already going to have a lot more stress on your shoulders, much less that you're fighting for actual USD. Whoever wins this round will be going to top 16, where you start getting a prize for each consecutive win. And I mean, being on stream, that's a whole different ball game as well, knowing that people are watching you like that.
Yeah, and you know, hey, this is just one of those things where, hey, hopefully if you're watching and you're still on the fence about Gallade, you still can see the potential that Gallade has into some of these top meta decks. It's just a little unfortunate here, you know, that it's just going to end up probably coming up short. You probably just pivot this Arceus out. Yeah, you know, and they're not going to have enough time to win this game is the way that it's looking, the
Yeah.
Gallade player. But I mean, the potential's there. I mean, they had pretty decent draws. I think both games they pretty much had Gallade on curve, or you know, could have chosen to play it on curve. If so, I mean, they drew pretty well. It's just, you know, some different decisions could have led to a different result in this match for sure.
100%. 100%.
By the way, this person's deck is super blingy. I mean, 3 crown rares, the full art. I'm surprised the Giovanni's not full art, you know?
100%. Yeah. Um, that's the main thing they're missing, honestly. So kind of sad on that, because the full art supporters I think are better than the gold Pokemon in my opinion. But it does look like that's going to be a 0-2. Renta is going to take that game, and another Arceus-Dialga into our top 16. Looks like people are.
Hey, great. Oh, I was just gonna say, great run. My bad. I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
No, fantastic run by Roy. And we will hopefully be very excited to see them again next week. I'm just seeing if we can find us another game here real quick.
So I think the Gyarados is still going on. I'm not sure what game they're in. Let me see if I can find out. Oh, it's 1-1, I think.
Let's see, the Gyarados, Zuki, they're 1-1. They finished their last game about 6 minutes ago. And why don't we try to hop in there? It looks like it's channel. I would like to watch from the Gyarados position. Are you okay with that?
Yeah, I'm perfect with that.
Okay, that'll be channel 38. We can see if we can hop in super quick.
Okay. All right, all right. So just kind of letting you know the game state. Druddigon is in the active with a Rocky helmet, staring down a Dialga, and Gyarados chilling on the bench.
Okay, we almost have it all already.
And it looks like the Arceus-Dialga player has already taken 1 prize. It looks like it was a Druddigon, so...
We do officially have the game up on stream to be seen. Gyarados with 180 health, 3 energies. Looks like he's about ready to go.
Yeah, you wonder here, how do you proceed in this game plan, right? Because you need the Dialga player to attack. Otherwise, if they don't attack, you could be sending your Gyarados out in harm's way, maybe a little bit prematurely. Looking at the game state, I don't think anything necessarily threatens your Gyarados immediately. So there is that added bonus, but you need your opponent to attack your Druddigon, which it's a little awkward because they have no incentive to, really.
Yeah, not at this point. If they can just get, I'm assuming they're running a Sabrina. They can just go on around here. They're running 2 Sabrinas. There's honestly no reason to knock into this Druddigon. It looks like instead we're gonna wait. We didn't Sabrina. Why did I see a Sabrina right there? Oh, we
Oh,
just
it
picked it up and
probably
put it back down.
yeah. Okay, so let me pull up these two deck lists as well. So there is a healing shaman in the Dialga deck, which is pretty standard in a lot of these decks. There's one Dawn as well as one Giovanni. So those cards could play a factor in this, all deciding game 3. This is a tricky part. I like Gyarados because it can reach that 160 threshold, but again, like you look at this game state and you're like, dude, why would I attack and press the issue? I can just be patient and then eventually find Sabrina to bring your Gyarados out. So I don't know. This is a tricky one. And it seems like that's what they're doing. It seems like they're just content with passing. And now the question is, do I manually attach to Druddigon, or do I potentially pivot into getting another Gyarados built if I have the cards for it? And the Gyarados player is packing 2 Leafs. So the potential to pivot is going to be there, but it's just a matter of drawing it because there's 5 cards left in the deck. So you have a 40% chance to land a Leaf, assuming that no Leaf has been used. Okay. You could Misty. I'm not sure what that solves necessarily, but you definitely could. Okay, you hit Misty.
Ooh, 2 heads.
Okay.
That's a lot of energy on the Gyarados, though, for I don't really know how much reason.
Yeah, I mean, if it was Palkia, hey, you'd be winning the game.
Yeah, if it was Palkia, we'd have this game secured, but we're still waiting for this Dialga to do some damage into this Druddigon, and we're just... This is one of those ones
Yeah,
where I
I
feel
mean,
like...
it's...
I was gonna say, like, the Greninja is so nice because even if they don't attack into Druddigon, you can force them to get that additional damage.
Yeah, I mean... Okay, so there's the Sabrina. Yeah, Greninja's a tricky one just because it adds more, like, potential bricks. Like, that's the
Yeah.
only thing going against it. I wonder if they're gonna retreat.
Good question. They also were flashing the Sabrina on earlier. Obviously, we can't use it this turn because we use the Misty now. But I wonder if there was some world where they're thinking about, oh, you know what? Maybe I'll go around this. I can knock out one of the 3 on the bench, no question about it. And then we use Sabrina. Oh, this is just the opponent's turn. Okay.
Yeah. The opponent Sabrina the Gyarados out. Yeah.
Yeah, and
So there's 100.
I think it's almost a little too late now.
Yeah, the Gyarados player just might be cooked.
Yeah.
They do play one Arita, but Arita only brings you to 120, and that's not going to be enough to hide from Arceus, assuming there's one more Pokemon that can be put down. So it seems like... Okay, hold on. So the best possible outcome is your Gyarados knocks out this Dialga, and it discards the energy on the Arceus, and then you follow it up with Sabrina the next turn, and potentially... No, because you would still need to deal 150. Because they would just send in the Dialga. But step 1, I was just going to say, step 1, the Gyarados has to detach an energy from the Arceus. Like, that's step 1.
Yeah, I almost sometimes feel like you shouldn't additional Misty in Gyarados because my understanding is it's not the number of Pokemon that like if you think of like what gets put in the bag for the odds of the energy getting discarded, it's not every Pokemon energy on it goes in the bag. It's every energy goes in the bag. So by having 6 energies on Gyarados, you actually increase the chances that Gyarados is where the energy is going to get discarded from. Versus if we were at 4, there'd be 2 less energies in the bag that are Zuki's, right? And it could potentially have, or had a higher chance for it to pop off of that Arceus. But it doesn't seem like...
Yeah, and then the Dialga having 4 didn't help.
Yeah, that doesn't help either for sure. But at least it would still... What is it? It's like we had like... We popped it off our own, so...
Yeah, tough one. Yeah, that's just a tough situation there. I mean, maybe you could make the argument you put the Magikarp down, and but again, like Sabrina still kind of cooks you. So yeah, it's a tough one. Hey, good run for Gyarados though.
Really nice run for that Gyarados. That is going to be their game 3, finishing them off. Looks like there's like 2 more matches left. I'm going to quickly see how long they've been in them. Let's see. Game 2 started for this one 9 minutes ago. And sorry, 3 started 9 minutes ago. And then this one started 6 minutes ago. We could potentially hop into the 6-minute one between Dins and Senna.
Yeah, let's see if there's anything going on there.
Would you prefer Origin Palkia or Arceus-Dialga?
Origin Palkia.
Okay, so Dins is in channel 41.
Okay, let's hop to it. Oh, little sound. Okay. So just putting the game state together for you guys. We do have an Origin form in the active with 3 energy, and it's lined up into a Mew EX. Looks like they're going to leaf out of the active and put in Palkia EX. It is worth noting that the Arceus-Dialga player has already taken 1 prize. And they have a Dialga with 3 energy and an Arceus with 2 energy. So they're going to be able to swing back immediately. But this Dimensional Storm is going to put a hurting down.
Yeah, for sure. I wonder if Dins run Cyrus. Normally we run 1-1 in this list, right? Yeah, there's a 1-1 in Cyrus and Sabrina. So if we haven't used Cyrus already, we could potentially Cyrus out this Dialga on the bench, and we could still like confirm knockout, right? With that Palkia who's minimum doing 60 damage here.
Yeah, that would be the best case, right? Cyrus. Well, here we go. You're gonna have 2 chances to draw it.
Yeah, let's see.
Oh, it doesn't even get knocked out. That's right. Okay, that's huge.
Yeah, it's really nice. Now we can retreat back. We can put the. Wait, well I guess we can't. So we don't have the attackers we need. So I feel like you would want to retreat to at least like force them to burn their Cyrus.
Yeah, the only thing is it could delete your win condition. Like if you retreat and like you pay the energy and then they knock out your Palkia Origin form, you have like nothing left.
Very true, yeah. 100%.
Oh wow, are they really gonna? Oh. Okay, so they're just gonna put it on a coin flip. Maybe they've already used Cyrus. I haven't checked. We haven't been able to see their discard pile. Because like, if you flip heads, Rocky Helmet could put them at 10.
That would be really nice. Oh, we hit heads.
Wow.
We hit heads. They shouldn't have any heals, I mean, other than maybe some potions that can max bring them up to what? With the Shaman, potentially...
I mean, it could heal them out of range of the Palkia. Oh, it's not going to matter.
Uh-oh, but they have the Cyrus themselves.
Yep. Wow.
And that's game for Senna, who's going to take the series 2-1. 2-1. Okay, and that's going to be our last game before top 16. Let me bring up that meta breakdown again so you guys can see exactly what we have there.
Yeah, and that was their only play too, right? Like I was sitting there debating whether or not you retreat the Palkia EX. Like you have to retreat it because like if you don't, it just gets KO'd. So yeah, you had to do that. Just just the way it turned out, they ended up having the Cyrus anyway, so it didn't matter.
100%. Top 16 is looking interesting. It is Rampardos and Dialga, and then one Palkia T18, one Articuno T18, one Origin Palkia. So 13 of the 16 are either that Rampardos or Palkia. Not Palkia.
Pardos out of the top 16. Jeez.
Interesting. Well, I guess with that, do you have a preference on which game we watch?
I think the Palkia Origin form deck going up against Arceus-Dialga. I mean, that's been a solid game to see go back and forth. Might as well potentially check that one out. Should be AC Nova and TDN Megain.
Perfect. Do you have? I'm letting them know they can start their top 16. Do you have preference on the point of view?
Yeah, let's check out the Arceus point of view. I think that's been one. I think we've been looking at the Palkia point of view. So let's check out the Arceus. Okay.
Where are y'all streaming? And then we'll get into that. Oh. And then hopefully we'll get to watch that. But I'm really interested again. We did get to see like the tail end of one of those at the end of at the end of top 32. I'm excited to see it from the beginning and see how it plays out though, because I don't know. I've really enjoyed the Palkia Origin deck. I feel like it almost like came out of nowhere. There was like a second place of it in the Frog X tournament. Then it won yesterday the Spraggles Hoogland tournament. We'll have to see what happens today, but there is still one in our top 16, so it's possible.
Yeah, it's definitely got a chance to win. I mean, you look at the rest of the projected matchups, it's guaranteed to face another Arceus-Dialga in top 8 if it makes it. So if it can beat Arceus-Dialga 2 times in a row, could find itself in top 4.
And I'm just gonna check something, but we've beaten 1 Arceus-Dialga and tied 2. So we'll have to see what they end up doing for the rest of the thing, but we're gonna be hopping to channel 13.
All right, see you there.
Okay, music is off.
Jamming.
They jamming, but I'm sorry, chat, for busting your eardrums. Let me get us up the game though. Why don't you give them an idea of what's happening while I get this set up?
So the Arceus-Dialga player is going to be going second. They are opening up 1 Pokemon in the active so far. The Palkia Origin deck is currently deciding which Pokemon to put down and how many they are going to put down. But this is going to be a match where the Dialga player is going to open second. So that's usually a good thing for them. I got to tell you, the early advantage goes to the Arceus-Dialga player just because they must be in the zone. You've got the 80s music playing. You've got that Top Gun soundtrack playing. I mean, I got to give the edge to the Arceus-Dialga player. But, hey, we'll see. We'll see.
Honestly, it could be either one, but I do think when you're jamming out to your music, it's always a great way to try to win. It looks like Megain is going to be having a little bit of a slower start than they might want. They got that Origin Palkia in the active spot instead of Manaphy, which is probably their ideal start here. Meanwhile, Arcnova or Acnova, hopefully there's nothing on there. But
yeah, they're just checking out the deck list. You know,
Yeah. Oh, you
had to
need to do
lock
that.
back in.
For sure, for
They're
sure.
they're they're in that flow state of mind, you know, that flow state. And so all of these plays that we're about to see are probably going to be next level, especially when you look at these full arts and these crown rares. But the Palkia player did also whiff on a Misty turn 1. Turn 2, no extra Pokemon, no supporter. You really got to wonder what's in their hand. But right now, the way things are looking, this Arceus-Dialga player is, I don't want to say it too early, but it looks like they're running away with this game very early.
Yeah, let's see.
And by the way, let's get these deck list up. I haven't even pulled up the deck list. What kind of caster am I? What's going
So we've
on? I
looked
am
at
slacking.
McGain's list a little bit. It's a very similar list to the one that you and I have played. And then Act Nova is running the 1 UEX, 1 Shaman healing, 2 Leaf, 2 Research, a Sabrina, a Cyrus, a Mars, a Giovanni, 2 Pokeball, 2 Potions.
Okay, no Dawn. That's the thing that I had to look for. Because if Dawn were to come down on this Arceus or on this Dialga, it could be a little scary because you would only get one more turn to ramp with this Manaphy.
Very true, yeah.
But the way things are looking, you're going to be able to manually attach to your Palkia EX and even maybe pivot out of the Palkia origin form. So we'll see. Yeah, this is the exact list that I played. So this is the exact Palkia origin list that I've played. And the exact list that won the tournament yesterday that you mentioned. So it's got a little bit of a pedigree. But right now, just looking at the board state, this is about as good as it gets for Arceus-Dialga. Obviously, you're missing Arceus, but outside of that, pretty solid. There is 2 energy on the Mew, 2 energy on the Dialga EX on the bench, and then you could potentially be swinging for 100 damage with this Dialga EX in the active next turn. So a little bit of a clock put on right now for this Palkia Origin deck, but again, you are going to have games where you can force your opponent into a 1-1-2 prize map. The only curveball will be these Sabrinas and Cyruses that could potentially be lurking.
Yeah, we'll have to see on some of these supporter cards. I love that these supporter cards are getting stronger and stronger every single set, personally. But it can throw some wrenches in your game plan when they're used at times that you really don't want them to be coming down. Looks like we're gonna get a heal off of that Irida as well. But I kind of wonder about this choice because okay, they have Cape too, because otherwise they would have still been in in the range of being knocked out by that Dialga 100 damage attack that they have, that they'll be able to do this turn.
We're getting a good long look at this giant cape. I almost memorized the. I guess this might be French. I don't know what this is. Portuguese. I don't know.
Acnova has themselves marked as France. Yes.
So you take 100 right here. Now the question is, do you have the leaf to pivot out? Is it worth using the leaf to pivot out? No, you're just going to research. Okay. You could, I mean, you could manually attach and retreat, but I don't think that that's optimal. I think you probably are just willing to give up the Palkia origin form. I really wonder what's in the hand of the water player because it's a very strange game so far for them.
Yeah, I think they had a bit of an awkward start, especially because they didn't have that Manaphy very early, and then it really did feel like by the time Manaphy came down, it was almost like too late. But I'm not sure that I would. I feel like I would still retreat back and start using Manaphy as quickly as possible, especially now that this Dialga has both a cape, meaning it can't really attack. I mean, knock it out in one hit. So I guess we can Sabrina around it in the future, right? And then use that splash damage to take all 4 points in a single turn, which would be nice.
Yeah. So they're gonna choose to ramp the Arceus, I imagine. Yeah. So they ramped the Arceus that they just put down. This is a very hard game for the Arceus-Dialga player to lose. In this scenario, you're seeing the snowball effect, but this time for the Dialga player. I think in the
100%.
previous time that we saw it, it was like Manaphy just snowballed out of control. But in this scenario, it looks like Dialga just kind of made the game almost unwinnable. It's going to be very tough to come back from this one. But hey, you've got Manaphy ramping. Maybe you can sneak in a Misty, but this is going to be very tough. I'm not sure how they do it, honestly. I'd have to really sit here and think.
Yeah, I think Misty is definitely one of the options. Obviously, we just have not taken our second point as Acnova. I mean, I feel like we're going to be required, essentially, to find that Sabrina.
Yeah, and like the tricky part here is like, okay, let's just say that you knock something out. Well, the thing is, they could have Mars, they could have Sabrina into Cyrus. I mean, there's just a lot of things working against you right now, and they have like all the options. So, all right, here we go. So,
100%.
yeah, there's the Sabrina.
Do you use Sabrina this turn, though, or next turn? But I guess, to remember, Acnova does have a Mars, unless they used it turn 1, because I feel like we may have seen it
Yeah.
already. No, that was a different turn game we saw Mars, I guess. But I almost wonder if you don't do it first.
I mean, I think it's your only winning line, but it's just not going to matter because you didn't have Cape for your Palkia.
Oh yeah, and now Mew just swings for that 150 and finishes off the game here.
Yeah, because I think your win condition ends up being playing like basically your Dialga or your Palkia survives, and then you Misty for 3 or 2 energies and get up to 4 with your manual attached per turn, and then you finish off whatever they send in. Like I think that was probably your only winning line. But again, like you needed Giant Cape so that way your Palkia could survive that Mew EX. You didn't have it. Now we're going into game 2.
Yeah, very true. So let's see what if the Palkia Origin player can bring it back here. But really nice game 1 by Acnova. Really nice game 1 by Acnova.
Yeah, I think maybe the cape on the Origin Palkia ended up coming back to bite them. I guess that could be like hindsight gaming. Hard to tell because the game did continue pretty long after that turn.
Yeah, and it did
But
give time though to put energies right onto your Palkia.
yeah, and again, like the only pushback you're going to get against that is that Manaphy would have done the same thing, and you would have still had the cape.
Yeah,
So
and I guess Manaphy could have had more turns to ramp, which would essentially be better. But I'm trying to think if we were up to 4 energies on the Dialga yet when it did. Yeah, we were though, because it already had brought up, because we needed the cape to avoid the 100 damage. I will bring this game up real quick. But we did need the cape to avoid the 100 damage, so Manaphy still would have been one shot. And so we would have had 1 less energy on the Palkia in the front. But there was 2 to 3 energies on the Palkia in the back. So I'm not sure. I'm just like, I don't know what to do other than start Manaphy, which we did not do again here from a game.
yeah, the only good thing about this game so far is that Dialga had to go first. I mean,
Yeah.
you'll take that. It's just like, hey, let me at least make my opponent work for it, especially if I'm not going to open up Manaphy. But at least you're able to start punching for damage early because you do have the EX, so you're able to punch early for damage. That the use of the cape right here is going to be something that's going to drive some players crazy. A lot of people try to hold on to their giant capes until it's going to be a deciding factor for whether or not you survive an extra turn. The leaf into Manaphy Gigantic here. Let's see if they have another Pokemon to put down on the bench to get that other energy ramp. They do.
And it's a second Palkia EX.
Yeah, so now Palkia is cooking. Dialga is going to start cooking as well. Hopefully, we see Giant Cape if we're Palkia enjoyers, so that way we can protect our Palkias from Mew. And if we're Dialga players, well, hey, hopefully we can find Mars, so that way we can go ahead and at least try to curve some of that early aggression that could potentially happen if Palkia knocks out one of our EXs. Healing Shaman does come down, and that's going to be a little bit of a potential issue with math. That might be a little bit of an issue, so we'll see how that plays out too.
Let's see. I do see that Sabrina, and I think Sabrina could be strong here, really forcing them to discard some of this energy that they've built up.
You're just gambling here that they don't have another leaf.
Yeah,
I mean,
very
that's kind of
true.
what it boils down to. Because if you have another leaf, then that Sabrina is going to basically end up being a card that you could arguably say was a little bit wasted. But on the plus side, now that Palkia is going to be, for the rest of the game, unless there's a Rita, is going to be in range of Mew EX using Dimensional Storm.
Very true. And oh, we have to discard the 2 energies. Ouch.
So I guess now the plan is to pivot to the other. Oh, I guess you had the Irita. So yeah, I mean, hey, you're basically in the same state as you were just before.
Yeah,
Because you're going to get 2 energy on
very
each of these
true.
Palkias.
Yeah, that's very, very true. Though we could almost be at 4. We would be on 4, right? If we didn't have
Yeah.
to do that as well.
Yeah.
But luckily, no Dawn, so we don't have to worry about the 100 damage attack here from the Dialga either.
Yeah, I mean, hey, I guess the spicy play is Mew could copy Manaphy and start ramping. I mean, that would be the ultimate tech play.
That would actually be funny. That would be really funny.
Man, this deck that we're watching from our point of view is just full of all the bling.
It
I mean,
really
if they could
is.
have like if full art potions and full art professor's research were a thing, I guarantee you that this player probably would have them, and we would just all be sitting here blinded by the bling.
Yeah, I love all these full art supporters though. It's so nice to see them all filled out like this. I know it takes I don't even have all the full art supporters, but it is nice to see what people do. I love it. I don't know. That's my favorite parts actually, like about TCGs, is getting all the really pretty cards. But
The only one I don't want to see is Team Galactic Mars. I'll take Grandma before I take Team Galactic Mars, okay?
honest. No, Grandma's cute though. I like her. I like her. I like her too much.
10 times out of 10 would rather have Grandma's full art than Team Galactic Mars. That poor card.
Bro, I don't even know what they decided, why
So-
they decided to do what it did with it. What is it, Krogunk and Prugly?
Yeah, it's like and it might even be like, it might be 3 different Pokemon that you can find, and they're all just like terrible. Like
Oh no.
it might be 2, it might be 3, but either way, like they're all just like, why would I want to do that?
Yeah, it feels like the Brock of set 2. But we do finally knock out that Manaphy, but despite that, there's 2 readied, or essentially readied Palkias on the bench. Huge problem though is that Mew EX does one-shot them if they don't have a cape, and we're in range of just the game finishing from that.
Yeah, and the best thing that you can do here is, if they have Sabrina, you send in the Palkia origin form, and you at least can sustain that knockout, because it would only be a 1-pointer.
Misty.
I don't even know what you target with Misty here. Do you?
I
mean,
think
I
it's
guess
the
it depends on.
active Palkia.
Yeah, I guess it depends on what's in your hand, right? Like if you have the giant cape. Wow.
Yeah, if they have the giant cape, oh, they don't have cape. Is what that tells me.
Yeah, for sure. Huh.
Uh-oh.
Okay. All the heads. Wow.
And yeah, another heads as well. Game's only swinging in Magain's favor to some extent here. They're gonna need a potion to get out of range of a Tails here.
Yeah, they're just gonna retreat and say, "Hey, here's Arceus, deal with it." Cause like, okay, the way that this game is shaping out now, the Palkia player is gonna need 2 giant capes if Sabrina is in the back, right? Because if Sabrina's in the back for this Arceus-Dialga player, you're gonna need to have giant cape on your active and giant cape on your bench for these Palkias.
Very true. Very true.
Because otherwise, Mew is just gonna finish it.
Yeah, Palkia comes up. We took another point on Nova's side.
Yeah, you need like research into double giant cape here.
1. But I don't think he got this. He can't have the second cape, in my opinion. Oh, he does. So he had cape last turn. Maybe it is just the correct decision, though, what he did. Because Dialga was 170, so he couldn't. Or no, was he 170?
Yeah.
Okay,
It was 100% the correct play. Yeah.
Yeah, it was 100% correct play. And that's going to be 2 points from Gain. I think we are going to a game 2. Let's put it that way. I think we are going to a game 3. Oh my God. Going to a game 3 is what I think here.
So here's the tricky part. The tricky part is you still need Leaf because you have to have an energy attached for turn to go on to the Palkia on the bench. So you need Leaf.
Yeah, definitely need the Leaf here because we did have to discard some energies earlier by retreating back to that origin form. Definitely not where you want to be. It looks like we're going to retreat back to Mew EX. Probably also correct play. This way both Pokemon are... I kind of wish they'd printed the Palkia to say discard 3 energies right now. Yeah, really strong Mars here. This is exactly how I think you're supposed to play Mars. You know, it's the turn you don't want them to have Leaf. That's the turn you play the card that decreases their chances of having Leaf. But yeah, I wish this Palkia was written 3 energies so that this Mew would go down to 0 energies as well.
Yeah, I mean, that would be way more fair in a lot of scenarios. Dang. Wow.
Ooh, and we got the Leaf. Let's go. And
it's because it's full art. It's because it's
true.
full art.
True. Full arts just answer the call. You say, I need a Leaf, they appear. I'm a big believer in manifesting in these decks, by the way.
It's real. I mean, the CIA proved it. Manifestation is real. But
I mean, honest, I'm really bad at I'm way too literal, so I'm sitting here like, wait, did they actually prove it?
Oh wait, hey, I may have gone down the wrong algorithm of TikTok, but I'm pretty sure I saw it on TikTok.
Ooh, that's funny. That's actually, I'll have to look it up afterwards. But I believe in it. I believe in it.
So right there, if you're the Arceus-Dialga player, you're probably sitting there like, you know, I did everything I could. I played the Mars correctly when I could. You know, and they just happened to draw the one of Leaf that they had left, because I think that they only had 1 Leaf left. But you know, hey, you just again gotta have that next game mentality. You're going second right now, and I'm sure that'll pop up on the screen here in a second. But you're going second right now. You know, that's a good thing that you can ask for, and then hopefully you can open Dialga, and hopefully they don't have Manaphy. So.
And it looks like they're starting that Origin Form Palkia again, so no Manaphy here. But yeah, I mean, getting that one... There's only 1 Leaf left because they used Leaf, like, turn 1 last game as well. So, let's see how it works. I mean, they still hit it, but we'll see how this game goes. Looks like we're doing a really early Misty here. Imagine a 3 heads right off the bat. That would be insane. 1?
Yeah, you would have... Oh, no.
2?
Oh,
I manifested it. I told you manifesting is real, chat. Manifesting is real. But I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Nova. I'm sorry.
Not another triple heads. Dude, if they flip another heads right here, the game is in
Peril.
they're the Arceus-Dialga player is in huge danger.
And you did
Oh,
it to them, and you did it. They hit the heads.
oh
Ouch.
no.
They're gonna need a really quick retreat here. Looks like we're gonna research though, which means this Dialga is going down next turn.
Wait. Okay, hold on. Okay.
Okay. We have everything. Let's go.
All right. Okay. They need another heads coin flip. Come on, the odds. Never tell me the odds. Never tell me the odds. This Dialga is gonna live. Never tell me the
You mean
odds.
50%? You mean 50%?
I mean,
depends on
they
the how you believe in coin flips, but statistically 50%.
Oh,
Oh
tragedy.
no!
Tragedy.
Actual
Not like
tragedy for
this.
Arcnova here. And that's going to be a really, really quick 2 points for TDN McGain.
This Palkia Origin player just went 3 games in a row without ever opening Manaphy in the active, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
And they just so happened to get it to a game 3, and Misty says, "Relax. I got it from here." I mean,
the girls got it, bro. Believe in our queen Misty. Like, why stress when you could just flip heads?
I mean, it's gonna make you sick. Okay, like I'm not gonna lie to you. Losing to Misty, it probably never feels good. But at the same time, I mean, what are you gonna do?
Yeah.
I mean, jeez, did they even attach an energy this turn? They did. Okay.
Yeah, they did. They attached to Palkia on the bench. They hit
I mean,
heads again, and they did, and it's off to the races for TDN McGain here. They need a quick retreat again. I don't know how. I will say though, like just to be completely fair, I think the only head flips from Misty were that last turn, game 2, and now this turn, right? So we were able to survive game 1 and game 2 without starting Manaphy. It's still possible, and as you said, like Misty's kind of playing a role of steamrolling versus enabling a deck, and he conceded. So that's game 3. That was really fast.
Yeah, and hey, you hate to lose in the top cut to just like a Misty like that, but I mean, unfortunately, that's just the way it goes. I hope that person comes back strong in the next tournament. And I mean, hey, congrats to the player moving on to top 8. Wow, or yeah, it should be top 8, right? Yeah.
Yeah, top 8. Wait, I just noticed somebody's name is literally Exodia. Was that what you were referencing earlier? I thought you were meaning like Arceus, and you were calling him because like Exodia is like the god Pokemon, or not god Pokemon, god Yu-Gi-Oh. I thought you were referencing Arceus.
Oh no! I meant the literal Exodia.
Yeah, literal Exodia. We have a player named Exodia. That's my bad.
So we do. It looks like we do have Senna and Keyboardum, I think is.
Senna and Keyboardum. Let's see. Yeah, they're only going to game 2. It looks like they started about 4 minutes ago. Let's see. Which point of view do you want to see? Keyboardum is running. Wait.
Oh, it's a mirror match.
Oh. And I have a feeling game 2 just ended in Senna's favor because I see a spam of letters. Yep. Game 2 just won for Senna.
Yeah, the last 2 games that we have left are both mirror matches. It's either Rampardos or Arceus-Dialga.
Would you like? I don't know which one you want to see then.
I mean, hey, I might as well stick with the Dialga. It's going into a game 3.
Okay, so that's gonna be which person? Let's wait.
Wait a minute. Did all of them just finish?
I think so. I think they all literally just
Yeah.
finished.
Yeah, they did. Okay. Well,
Okay.
hey, top 8.
Top 8 time. Okay, let me just bring this up for everyone to see. Let me go back because I had pairings, play to win, bracket. It is a T8. Wow, we still have a T18 going. So T18 Palkia versus Rampardos. We have another origin form, the same origin form versus another Arceus. This time balloons went up on your screen, by the way. I don't know what it we're trying to figure out what's going on NVB's screen. Earlier we were talking and like a thumbs up appeared out of nowhere. I don't know what he just did, but balloons just went flying across the screen on NVB's camera. I don't know. I like
I did
it.
the peace sign, and then all.
Oh, it did it again! It did it again!
I queued it. It's the peace sign. I don't know how it's doing it, but I did it.
That's so cool. The same 3 water decks are still in our top 8 though. So do we have a preference on Rampardos, Palkia, Origin Form versus Arceus, Rampardos versus Arceus, Articuno versus Arceus?
You know what? I hope that chat isn't getting tired of seeing this deck, but I kind of want to see the Palkia deck going up against Arceus-Dialga again. I'm curious.
Yeah, I want to see exactly what I guess you can do to own this match, not mirror match. Oh, ow. Match.
Yeah, because I mean, you look at the other matchups, and just so chat is aware, like the other matchups are 18 trainer decks going into either Arceus-Dialga or Rampardos, or it's Rampardos against Dialga. So I feel like those games are pretty cut and dry, but I do think that there's some good interaction with this Palkia deck versus Arceus-Dialga. And obviously it's a deck that's a little bit newer for a lot of the viewers that may not be familiar with it too. So
I know there's 2 Exodias, it turns out. That right this round we have an Exodia versus wait. I don't see. Oh, wait, when did this happen? A couple rounds ago, it was Exodia versus Exodia Monte. Interesting. My judges just sent me the picture of it.
and it was a mirror match too. That's hilarious.
Yeah, Rampardos is.
Okay. Yeah, but hey, I would love to see the Palkia deck if that's something that you're interested in. And yeah.
Okay, so top 8 may begin if you post your thing.
Make sure that I get these deck list up as well. I ought to keep the Palkia deck up.
Honestly.
Just so I mean, geez.
So it's, let's see, what channel were we in a second ago? Oh, we were.
By the way, the Arceus-Dialga list is pretty similar to what we just witnessed as well. I think almost exactly similar.
Okay. It's the Mars, Cyrus, yep. Did the last one have Giovanni? Yeah, it did, instead of Dawn. Right? So, McGain's in 44.
44. Must be a lucky number or something. All right, here we go.
Okay. What? Okay, yes, I know. Yeah. And I'll pop this up for everyone to see once they get ready.
Yup, they're getting ready to go. And hey, as we get to, top 8 and so on, just giving you some more numbers. Let's see, 1, 2. So 2 Rampardos stacks, 3 Dialga Arceus decks, and then wait a minute. 1, 2. My bad. Only 2 Rampardos decks. And then 2 18 trainer decks, along with, and then one's Articuno, one's Palkia, and then the Palkia Origin deck. So pretty diverse. But again, you see the 2 powerful decks definitely making an appearance in the top 8, just like a lot of people would anticipate.
Yeah, 100%. They're still showing up. They're very, very, very strong. And I think it's interesting how strong though the T18s are really showing out to be. Um, they were like meme decks in set one, but I've talked about a couple times how strong I feel like some of these supporters are, and I think it's these strong supporters that are really enabling it. We are going first on Magane's side this time with a Manaphy in the active. Much better start than we did last game. So let's see here.
Yeah, the 18 trainer decks, I was able to do a video with another creator, Vulcan, and we were talking about that deck, and like, dude, there's just like not a bad card really in those 18 trainer decks. Like all of the cards are pretty dang good. So the further and further that this game goes on and we continue to see more trainer cards that are good, these 18 trainer decks are always going to be a thing. And I think we even saw a 17 trainer deck. They played like double Palkia, one Articuno, or maybe vice versa. So yeah, they're going to continue to be a thing for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, I think they're just getting so strong, and it's cool to see. I don't know the correct way to word it. I'm interested to see how they'll continue to play as we have like more decks pop up, but I kind of like it to some extent. And then at the same time, I'm like, why is this possible? Why is this possible? But I kind of like it. We do have an ear to come down really early to heal this Manaphy back up. And this Origin form Palkia is getting powered up super quick.
Yeah, I would almost have slapped down that Manaphy just so I protect myself from maybe Sabrina a little bit, because Sabrina pivot into Arceus might be a little devastating if I can't find another threat. But wow, that's a huge Mars. Okay.
Yeah, big Mars there. It looks like we're gonna. Misty said hello. Look, how dare you, cute girl Mars me? I'm gonna be the two cute girls in your hand now. I love the full art girl. Full art Pokemon supporters way too much.
Yeah. Um, man, I don't know if I would rather have my opponent with 7 cards in hand or 2 Misties.
Yeah,
Like
I'm not
that's
sure either. Though I guess at this stage with so little, like there's not like a Palkia EX down, right? To really profit off of these like endless Misties. Only one heads, but honestly, that's like basically enough to have it up and going with this Manaphy.
yeah. Well, I mean, even if you retreat out of it, you can still get it next turn.
Exactly. Hell's here, but it's not going to be. If they can hit heads next turn, it's still going to be 2 points from a gain.
So the healing shaman probably doesn't do much, but it could in combination with other cards here. There is a Giovanni, but that's not going to change any breakpoints. However, Arceus is going to be able to destroy this Palkia origin form. Yeah, you're going to need to find a Palkia EX ASAP. And even if you find it, I'm not sure that you're going to have time to get it going unless you Misty. So,
Yeah.
tough scenario right
Ugh,
here.
still no Palkia, but a cape should help protect like a 1 turn.
Yeah, unless Giovanni pops up. Yep.
Yeah, unless Giovanni appears, which there is a 1 of in their deck.
That early Mars, you know, maybe there was an argument for not playing the professor's research, but again, you're just trying to find basics so that way you can actually ramp stuff with Manaphy. So, you're kind of it's a dual-edged sword. You're kind of I don't want to say it too badly, but you're kind of screwed either way sometimes with that. Yeah, wow.
Yeah, it's like a huge question. Like, obviously they didn't have Palkia EX because they would have put it down. But
Yeah.
that being said, like 7 cards, they've already used a research. It's gonna be even harder to dig deeper into your deck. Like, ended up being really strong, and without a Giovanni, Megane is gonna have this one survive another turn, and still no Palkia EX. Definitely the card that they need right now. And I mean,
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
I don't know. Yeah, this game is probably over, right? You've got the Mew on the bench. So even if they do put down a Palkia EX and put it into the active, you're just gonna copy that attack. Um yeah, this is seems like it's gonna be a pretty quick game one.
Mm-hmm.
And even though they did have that Manaphy opener, Palkia Origin form just not enough to carry against these big hitting EX Pokemon.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, we got kind of like a better opener than we have the last three games we watched, and yet because we never hit Palkia EX, we hit it now because this Pokeball is 100% Palkia.
Yeah.
It's just too late, and there's nothing really you can do now. So I think
I mean, hey, best case you high roll here, but you still are just gonna that Mew EX is just staring you down. I mean,
exactly, yeah, like you need a cape as well. And Misty said, "Not this time, buddy. Let's go game two."
yeah, game two. Yeah, there's not a lot of outs there. The longer that game went on without finding Palkia EX, and you could make the argument, hey, if they flipped heads on the Palkia Origin form first attack, maybe they could have definitely fought back into that game. But just Dialga, Arceus doing what that deck is supposed to do and getting the first game W. So game two, obviously you want to open Manaphy in the active if you're the Dialga player. You do want to open up Dialga, but you would prefer to go second.
Mm-hmm.
So the coin flip goes
Again,
on, and
first.
yup.
And we have Palkia EX this time, which is exciting, but where's our Manaphy now?
Hey, I mean, you could get a donk right here with four heads.
True, it could happen. It could happen. Let's see. And we're going for the Misty.
Yeah, you just kind of have
One.
to. Uh-oh.
Okay, only swinging
Hey,
for 30. Only swinging for 30.
yeah, isn't that funny? Only 30 on turn one, It's like, geez, man, like that's pretty good.
Yeah, very nice for sure. And research on Numa's side. They're going to try to get their board set up. They're happy to start the Dialga. Shaman comes down, but do we have an... Okay, an Arceus. Not that it really matters this turn, since putting energy on this Dialga, he can't even attack the next turn. So,
Yeah, you're just slowly chipping away at this Dialga. Let's see. Yeah, this is an interesting decision, right? Like for a while they decided, should I play this research or should I play something else? Yeah, as a supporter, and hey, if you had Sabrina in that scenario, you wonder if Sabrina's worth firing off there because it could set the Dialga player back another turn potentially.
mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's definitely debatable.
Yeah, and even then, it could also help protect against it's like Sabrina around do 30 to something. If they put up the Arceus, Cape's not going to do anything in the future, right? Like, could definitely be helpful.
Yeah, the only curveball in that plan is this dang shaman. This healing shaman is putting in some work. And every match that we've seen, the healing shaman has seemed to be superior to the retreat shaman that we have seen in the newest Triumphant Light set.
Yeah, great question.
So they're getting that Mew ready. So now the Mew is threatening this Palkia EX. And you do have to be a little concerned about that.
Mm-hmm. Looks like
Man, that's a
Manaphy's
lot of
the
energy.
active.
Oh no, they sequence strong.
Oh, wait. Yeah, and
Because you missed the Arita heal basically there.
yeah. And now we're open for a Cyrus potentially.
Yeah, you could retreat Cyrus, the Palkia, knock it out, and then Mew EX could threaten the Palkia origin form. So a little bit of an opening here because of that sequencing issue. Let's see if it matters.
Honestly, maybe it doesn't, and it might be helpful. Oh, wait, they have it. They have it. Cyrus comes down.
Ouch.
That is gonna be, I would say, essentially game here.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's gonna be very tough to come back on now. And I mean, yeah, that's just you know, I've done that in a feature match before where I got out of sequence and couldn't drop the rest of my combo, and it's one of those things that you look back on and you're just like, I can't believe I did that.
It always sucks. So as we talked about earlier, it's a lot of pressure. Top 8 of the tournament. You know, you're in prizing, and every win really matters here. So much pressure, especially as you said, when you're a feature match. Irida finally down, but it is going to be too late here. Or potentially too late. Who knows? I could be wrong there.
I wonder if we're gonna get to see this Mew ramp using Manaphy's attack. That's gonna be pretty cool. I mentioned it earlier,
You did,
and I didn't think
yeah.
we'd ever see it.
Let's see.
Let's see if it maybe it happens.
Pokeball.
I'm trying to think what a different move would be. I think that's the correct play. You ramp, you manual attach to the Arceus, and you pass.
Yeah, I think
Right?
you're
Like,
right.
yeah.
You can attach to any of the Pokemon, so it's not like you're missing out from like if you did Moltres, right? You would have to have fire Pokemon to attach to, but not in this case. But instead, actually, we're just gonna go for the final knockout with the Sabrina here.
Yeah, because you put them on a 2-turn clock here, basically, and if either turn you flip heads, you just win. So
Exactly. You don't even need to flip heads, so you said the 2-turn clock.
yeah, man, yeah, that's a tough one. Again, you know, hey, you just gotta sometimes like you get really like caught up in the moment of a game because you're like, oh, I see the line, and it you know, you maybe play a little bit too fast, and all of a sudden, because you did that, you lose a part of an interaction that you needed, and you know, hey, that happens to everybody, you know, and sometimes that's just a part of the game. I know chat can be a little relentless when they see player errors like that, and you know, hey, that sometimes it happens. You just got to hope your opponent doesn't have it sometimes. And unfortunately for the Palkia player here, they did have it, and that's going to be game, set, and match.
Yeah, and just like that, a 2-0 that's gonna put Newmantel into that top 4. Let's see if there's any other top 8s that we can watch here. The bottom side looks like they may still be going. We can watch that Rampardos versus Dialga, I believe, or Dialga versus a T18. Do you have preference on either of those?
We can watch Exodia.
Yeah, let's go try to get Exodia. Exodia is going to be in channel 50.
50, okay, heading there.
Okay.
Uh-oh. I think we just caught a scoop.
Uh-oh. Wait, but they won. So that's 1-1 now. And they're going into game 3.
So I think it might be 1-1.
Yeah, we should be pretty good here, I think. We'll just try to start getting set up. Oh my gosh, loud. I don't know about you,
so
but after
1-1.
streaming like Pokemon Pocket for 8 hours a day some weeks, I just turn off the music on my end.
Oh, I haven't played with sound in a long time.
Yeah. But I'm so happy that we're going to get to hop right into their game 3 here and watch a whole match. Let me just get the names correct on here. Exodia.
As far as deck lists go, this is going to be, yeah, pretty standard Rampardos and pretty, I think the exact same list we just saw with Arceus-Dialga. So 2 decks that we know pretty well so far if you've been checking out a lot of the current meta, and Right now we've got a Sudowoodo staring down a Dialga, but the Dialga is going second. So let's see how this plays out.
Yeah, for sure. And it looks like we are going to get some more basics from that communicator, which is going to be really nice to get set up here.
Yeah, I do like Marshadow. There's a little bit of a debate between players that are playing fighting right now as to whether or not Hitmonlee is relevant. And I think for this specific deck, I think the exclusion of Hitmonlee is probably correct, but I could definitely see a case for Hitmonlee in some of those, like the Gallade list and so on. So Lucario comes down, Sudowoodo lining itself up into this Dialga, smacking it for 70, putting it on a clock, and there is no Giovanni, so this Dialga is guaranteed to survive one more turn to get at least one ramping attack off. And it looks like one of its targets is going to be an Arceus EX, so that could be huge. And then Healing Shaman comes down as well. You know, it's good that this full art Shaman is finally getting use. You know, when I pull something like that new Magnemite out of Triumphant Light, I feel so bad. I look at that full art and I'm like, oh no, not this guy again. Please.
It's so cute, the new art, though, honestly. But, as you said, now we can see there might be some future uses. Some of these old cards we didn't like before that maybe these arts will come back for us.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah.
But I do think the magnets are pretty.
I pull 5 of them. I'm like, please, no more.
Well, I pulled like 6 Houndoom full arts before my second full art. Like different full art. I was like, bro, what is this? Look, this is so cool.
Houndoom does look awesome. That is definitely true. I feel like these cards are coming down in slow motion, you know, they're just like.
Yeah, they really kind of are, especially with here, but let's see. I guess, I mean, Arceus is going to be able to go and swing and take this first point. Sad on not being able to get a swing with Sudowoodo into the Arceus and getting that, what is it, almost 90 damage off, but Marshadow is going to enjoy this moment for sure.
Yeah, it's going to come down to can Rampardos make an appearance as the finisher? Because right now things are lining up decently, but that's going to be the deciding factor, it seems like, in this matchup. Can Rampardos come down in 2 turns?
That's going to be a
I think that's going to be the
question.
key.
Oh, another Riolu. Will we have that Gyarados? Yeah, the Rampardos, like you're saying.
Okay, so no Gyarados' turn, so that's a big tell.
That's a bit worrisome as well. We do go to 20. We're going to need a potion here, or Riolu still can knock out this Arceus next turn.
Well, the tricky part is, like, the Riolu is just going to get KO'd by the Dialga on the bench. So, like, I think the window might have closed for the fighting player. I think.
I guess that is true, because Dialga will just come back up and knock it out.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. It's a little bit too slow here. Gyarados does appear, but as we said, just a turn too late.
Yeah, they had the window, and the window closed very quickly. You know, and that's why people are playing cards like the 2 per Pokemon Communications to try to find that Rampardos line, you know, in a timely fashion. And sometimes you're just not able to do that. And this is going to be the results of that. Shout out to that Dialga finding a way to hang around, even though it took some early damage from that Sudowoodo. And that's going to be game over.
Yeah, and so that's going to be Cinna taking the game and going to the top 4. We officially have established our top 4. We can check out on standings page really quickly here. Let's just bring it up. It is a Rampardos Lucario. versus a Dialga Arceus. And then our other top 4 is going to be Arceus versus Arceus.
Sounds like a lot of Arceus-Dialga.
Sounds like a lot of Arceus-Dialga today, for sure. I mean, do we think Rampardos could be a back-to-back winner, though? That would be kind of insane.
Yeah, I mean, hey, it's everything is lining up for it to have that chance, and that's really all you can ask for, right? You're lining up into arguably, the deck that you do want to see. So
Very, very, very true. He has the perfect travel. That's not the word. The perfect path to winning here. But we just saw that Rampardos can lose.
yeah. What's interesting too, I know that you're working behind the scenes to go ahead and get the games started in that staggered order, because I think we play them at different times, but all of these Dialga lists are pretty similar. It is worth noting, here we go again with the red card stuff. So out of the 3 Dialga Arceus decks, 2 of them are playing Mars. 1 is not. So you wonder if that will be a factor as these games play out. And the Rampardos list, I believe, is going to probably be pretty standard. Let me check this one out.
Well, you can quickly check that as well. Yeah, it's that 1/1 Sudowoodo Mars set, I believe. Do you have a Mars in Jake's list?
3 players in top 4 bringing Mars. Interesting.
Hand disruption for the win?
Here, let's get those red card debates all over YouTube and all over Twitch again. Here we go. I mean,
Not
wow.
false, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what to say about that. I mean, Mars in the Dialga deck makes a lot of sense to me. With a 1 prize deck, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting. I kind of like it, and at the same time, I can't really tell if I like it. I don't know. I am gonna run a quick ads so that we don't have any problems during, like, nobody has to miss the games. The commercial. Miss any of the games if an ad does run. So we'll quickly run that as well while everyone's getting ready, because we are making sure someone is let's see. Just making sure we have all the streams going. But we'll be getting into it shortly. I mean, I guess there's like some world where it still does help, right? Even in a 1-point deck, delay some of these like Cyruses, delay some of those potential Sabrinas on like the turns that you really need them to miss it. And maybe, guessing here, right? It can even help in your mirror match, right? If you have a Mars and maybe you Mars away their Rampardos the turn they're supposed to hit it.
Yeah, that's good thinking for sure. The Mars, I think the Mars will definitely come up in these matchups. I mean, you've got both decks running Mars, so you wonder how greedy players will be with their professor's research. Like if you have research turn, 1, do you rip it right away or do you kind of respect Mars? That's going to be a whole little mini game inside the game.
Yeah.
The healing shaman is going to be a factor. I mean, we've seen the healing shaman in every one of the Dialga matches so far, and it's been very solid. So
I think there's so many interesting like little mini games, like you're saying right now, being the heals or the recoil damage from the Pokemon attack, or what tool somebody's running.
Yeah, and that is going to be a little bit of a difference in the Dialga Arceus mirror match. Like the tools are a little different in that matchup. For this matchup in particular, the only tools will be 2 giant capes, which will come in handy if you can get your cape on a Dialga potentially. Like that could maybe survive some breakpoints, and also cape on a Arceus could potentially survive some breakpoints depending on if Lucario is out or not. So yeah, there's going to be some good footsies in these last couple of matches or few matches. If I had to pick, though, I mean, there's 3 Arceus Dialga decks and 1 Rampardos deck, so I guess I'd have to go with Arceus Dialga to find a way to pull this one out.
They'll
At
definitely
least the
have the
whole tournament.
chances. They'll have the chances today. We're gonna hop into channel 18 and get into our first match, or our first top 4 match.
Here we go. Yeah, let's see who's starting here.
So we are watching from the Rampardos' point of view. And they're going second, actually, which if we can start the Sudowoodo seems really nice.
Yep. And hey, even a Lucario on curve could be some good damage if it lines up into an Arceus. Unfortunately, it is a Dialga, and there's no Sudowoodo in sight. So let's see how this plays out.
Yeah, I guess on some in Railu could do 20 damage here. We do have that energy advantage as well, so Dialga can't even attack on their second turn because when first they don't get any, they don't have any energy ramp. He.
Yeah, 20, 60, 60 is just going to be a little bit short to take care of Dialga. So this Dialga seems like it's going to get some value, even though it's going first.
Okay, we get a Pokemon Communicator. We do have 2 Pokeballs as well. Sudowoodo appears, but we don't have a way to retreat back to it.
Yeah, there are no pivot cards in this fighting list. So the idea that you can pivot into Sudowoodo is not necessarily possible this turn, maybe next turn, but definitely not right now.
Oof, we got a little bit of a freeze moment going, it looks like. Hopefully
Oh,
it'll
no.
hopefully it'll clear up in a second here. Um
Oh, yeah, we're good. We're good.
Yeah, just to note for anyone who hasn't watched before, we are streaming from Discord players' point of views. So sometimes the quality is not the best, but we're super appreciative for everyone who does stream their game, and at least we'll still get to stream it. So just because their quality is not the best doesn't mean the stream is going to crash. So that's nice. But yeah, Dialga gets his first energy, kind of expected. Next turn, I expect it to have it again as well. Do you think they'll put the energy on Arceus or Mew EX here next turn?
Um, I think it's got to be the Arceus. Yeah, especially with the cape coming down.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Though
So yeah.
the cape only fixes Marshadow math, right? Not Granados math, who is not anywhere. But, right? Am I?
So this is a scenario that I was kind of thinking about. I think we've already seen at least 1 research. I'm not sure if we've seen 2 because the game has been a little bit iffy.
Yeah.
But like I wondered if an early Mars would be the play there. Apparently not. Which again, you can definitely save it. It's not a bad thing. So Healing Shaman makes its appearance. That card just, I mean, it's been getting a lot of mileage in all of these Arceus-Dialga matches. I think if you were on the fence about the Retreat Shaman versus the Healing Shaman, I think the case is pretty much closed. You know, in this particular deck, the Healing Shaman is the way to go.
Yeah, I think so as well. I've seen, I guess, like a couple where they played 1-1 instead of like a Mew EX, but I really do think just the healing, and we've seen why Mew is just so strong in this list. That this is the best way to go. Interestingly enough, I was thinking about it more by having these potentially 2 Lucarios on the board. Marshadow can knock out an Arceus, even with the cape on it. because we'll be doing 160. So something to keep note of. It is still going to be useful here. We do another 70 into the Dialga. I wonder if I feel like you can't retreat though. Is the problem? Because
You mean
then,
like the Dialga player can't retreat?
yeah, I feel like if the Dialga player retreats, then they're gonna go back to the Arceus. It knocks out the Sudowoodo, goes to 1 point. But Marshadow, I don't know. I feel like you can't say like, oh, there's no way, right, that Lucario will show up. But it looks like they are risking it, and we are doing that retreat.
Yeah, this is a tough situation for the Arceus-Dialga player. Ooh. Yeah, and like realistically, if you would have powered up the Mute EX, I don't know that your position would be much better because it's not like there was any attacks that you could really copy that would make a huge difference. So, yeah, the Dialga player might have just been dealt kind of a losing hand at that point. Really hard to tell, especially when that Lucario came down. I'm sure that the game will get figured out as
I'm sending you the Twitch channel for the other point of view, and we'll quickly watch that one.
Okay.
But we'll have to get that up. It looks like a second Lucario did come down though. It looks like as I'm trying to go as quickly as I can to bring it up for players. He does have his hand covered, so we can't actually get any idea. Oh, I went the wrong direction with it. But Newmandoll is going to be at 2 points here. Not Newmandoll. Clapping King Jake.
Yeah, we just switched point of views.
Yeah,
Never let them know your next move, chat. Yeah, this is very tough. I don't really see a line here.
Marshadow is just so strong. Like, I don't know what you're really supposed to do into it. It's one of the reasons I really like running, when I used to run Fighting Box a lot, I loved running the ones that had like 2 Marshadows in them. Felt like you really still wanted that like follow-up return attack from, you know, the second Marshadow when your first Marshadow gets knocked out. They're going to go on and concede here, and the game is going to go to Clapping King Jake. We are telling them to get their game back up, so it's still going to be required they're streaming. But we understand that sometimes people's games do crash. Do you want to hop back to Clapping King Jake's point of view now in game 2?
Yeah, if the stream is working, I'm down. Let's do it.
Okay. It looks like he is streaming again, so I'm just gonna bring that up. We'll let them get set up into game 2, and yeah.
But yeah, I mean that game just it seems like the Dialga Arceus player got dealt kind of a losing hand in almost any play line that they could have taken. Like I said, going with the Mute EX, I don't think that it necessarily gets them there. So it's not even like you can debate like, oh well, hey, if you would have attached this to this, you know, like I think that was just one of those Rampardos, you know, in fighting. Really, it was the fighting stuff just being the difference maker.
Yeah, I completely. Let's see what makes it this game. Is there any? I don't know if there's anything Numa could do specifically. What do you think Numa could change to take the games? I'm not really sure.
I don't think there's anything. I
Yeah.
think that was just unfortunately a dead man's draw. I mean, sometimes the game just works that way, especially when you're going into like a type disadvantage. And I think the type disadvantage played a role, but you know, you're staring down double Lucario, Marshadow, Sudowoodo. I mean, like that's gonna be tough for any deck that's playing EX Pokemon. If you were playing against a deck that didn't have, you know, EXs, you would probably feel a lot better. But in that particular matchup with that sequence of cards, that game just seems like it wasn't possible to really win. You needed your opponent's help to win that game.
Yeah.
You needed them to throw.
I would definitely agree with that. Sometimes it feels like against this Rampardos, between like type advantage, and things like that. I don't really know.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they had anything. I think that, like I said, if you go back and say, hey, what if I attach to the Mew instead of the Arceus? I mean, like, what attack are you going to copy then? Are you going to copy the Sudowoodo attack for a whopping 20 damage? Or are you going to let your Dialga get KO'd and then, you bring in the Mew and hopefully line it up with Marshall? Like, what are you doing there? You know what I mean? Like, you can't, there's not really a lot of flexibility. So, game 3, though, it seems like the fighting player will be going second. So let's see how this game opens up, and we'll go from there.
I'm being told it is not Clapping King, it is Clap King. Don't know why I continue to put this name wrong. Ooh, sound. My bad to anyone who's trying to look him up. I put the ing from King 2 times.
I think my sound is now. I need to turn my sound down. Whoops. Okay, yeah. So Sudowoodo is lined up into a Dialga EX. There is a Riolu on the bench. And again, the fighting player went first. Yeah, I thought they went first.
I am unsure with the freezing.
Uh-oh.
Do we
Looks
go
like we
back
may
to the
be
other
going.
one? There's a chance we go
Yeah,
back
looks
to...
like we're going back to Twitch.
I think we're about to go back to Twitch. Yeah. Let's go to Twitch. We'll go to Twitch.
Okay.
It'll be fine.
Okay.
We'll go back to Twitch. We're back to Numenal's POV here.
Oh no, I hope they don't get roped.
It looks like they may have froze.
Man, I hope that doesn't happen. I'm gonna leave the sharing screen just so like maybe I don't add to.
Yeah, I can leave it as well, just in case it's a issue like that.
Because I think it's their turn and they're missing an attack here, right?
Looks like they are, yeah.
Oh no, man.
Oh, and they're going second, so this is an energy attach. They get the energy attach off.
Get it
getting
off.
attack, and we attack.
Get it
Woo!
Okay.
Back right in time, so maybe watching stream was taxing it too much, but the only requirement is that they do stream, not always that they can internet provided, I guess. That's why I get both positions to stream. That's why we get both positions to stream. But we do have a potion, luckily, this time. Try to heal this Dialga up and protect against it.
Jeez, this Dialga, it has immortality. All the heal, all the capes. It's ready to go. I like how the streamer has both deck lists on the stream, too. I always try to do that whenever I stream. Yeah, I think you just pass the turn here, right? Like, I mean, there's like, there's nothing else that you can do here. So, fighting player, obviously Lucario coming down would be quite nice. But even finding Marshadow would be quite nice as a follow-up to your Sudowoodo here. So Lucario comes down, Riolu comes down. Energy onto Lucario, so you assume no Marshadow, and Sudowoodo swings for 70. You know, you got to watch out here if you're the Dialga player, because if another Lucario comes down, you're definitely in harm's range of getting your Dialga KO'd, I believe. It would be Exacties.
Okay. Yeah, I think we're trying to figure out what to do here. The second Lucario just feels like so strong right now. I'm not sure that like I expected it to be this strong. I kind of thought it was almost like overkill in the past, but it seems to be doing a lot. But not having a Marshadow or anything like that is going to be a definite problem if we don't find uh, another one to put in.
Yeah, if your opponent has the second Lucario right here, it's game losing in a lot of scenarios.
Mm-hmm.
It's potentially game losing. So big turn right here. Research comes down again. Like even a research is bad because a Marshadow coming down on the bench or a fossil could be very tough to overcome.
Yeah. I wonder if they'll get the Granados in time this time because obviously there is no space on the bench for a Marshadow to get prepped. It does need
Yeah.
extra energy for that preparation. This dog is 20. Oh my god, that cape is saving it right now.
I probably would have put the energy on the Riolu so that way if I draw Lucario, all of my Pokemon are one energy away from attacking. However, with that Sabrina coming down, you're going to probably send out the Riolu and let it get KO'd, so you save yourself an energy there. So, hey, worked out.
Yeah, it's working out for sure. Looks like we do go back to that Arceus and we're going to start swinging with it. Hmm. I
No
don't really know about
Marshadow.
this.
I mean, hey, not seeing a Marshadow come down is like a blessing for this Arceus-Dialga player.
100%, yeah. The only thing I can think of though, Granados on curve. Do we have Mars? Because that could be really helpful here.
Yeah, all the researches are gone. It looks like the fighting player is 100% telegraphing that they have Rampardos to finish it off the game. So
Mm-hmm.
the question is, does the Arceus-Dialga player Mars? And if they Mars, can they dodge Rampardos?
Let's
This is
see.
this is the game pretty much.
Arceus comes down as
Is
well. Mars is here, but
Yep.
I don't know how many cards are left in Clap King's deck. At least 4, or should I say 5? But let's see. 130 into the Sudowoodo.
Here we go. Comes down to this.
This is the moment. Two
No
Porygon.
researches. So no researches. It's all in on finding Rampardos right here, right now for a spot in the championship finals.
Yeah, there are also the communicators, I guess, but they would have to have a second Pokemon. And the Marshadow is still in the deck. No Gyarados, though. And that's going to be game 2 for Numental. They're going to game 3.
Wow. I
Yeah.
think was that. I think that is that it. Hold on, let me
No,
check.
that was game 2, so we're going to game 3 now. Numental
Okay.
lost game 1. So
Okay.
we'll let them get set up. I'll clear up the scoreboard. And do this.
Wow. Yeah. That. What a Mars. I mean, if you had any debate as to like whether Mars deserves a spot in those Dialga decks, I think after seeing a lot of these top cut games, your takeaway has to be one, Healing Shaman is pretty good, probably the better Shaman, and two, Mars is definitely worth a spot.
Yeah, but Mars is definitely worth a spot in this deck. I feel like I wouldn't be surprised if Granados was in his hand when it started. So
Oh, it had to be. I mean, the way that they telegraphed everything, it seemed like 100% the Rampardos was there. You know, it's again, maybe you make the argument you don't go super hard with the professor's research, knowing that Mars is a card, but I mean, hey, hindsight is always 2020.
yeah, for sure.
I guess they're still getting the game started here. I'm just glad that the person didn't get roped out of the attack, the fighting player. That would have been devastating.
They have a cute anime girl to cover up their thing, which is always nice.
Whoa.
Let's see. They have a loading bug that says, so I think they're restarting the app.
Oh my goodness. I'm looking at the other matchup that we have in top 4.
It's gonna be mirror match.
Yeah, one of these players has played 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This will be their 10th mirror match. Arceus-Dialga.
Oh my god, what? Well, sounds like they're used to it then. Sounds like they're used to it.
And they have not lost a single match to it. Spicy. One draw. So they're like 8-0-1 against the mirror match.
Everyone's loving the peace sign balloons.
I didn't realize that I did it again. That's funny.
Let's see. And we're going to be letting them get started. We'll let them pick their starting Pokemon, and we'll get going.
Yeah, let's see who gets the start here. Okay, seems like the Dialga player will be going first. So a little bit of a disadvantage there. We'll see if it ends up mattering. May not. I mean, hey, they're staring down Dialga versus Marshadow to start the game.
Let's see here. Yeah, Marshadow is not the start you want as Clap. But that being said, he is going first, so at least it won't. No, sorry, second, so it won't. He already has the energy advantage.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that they played the Pokemon that quick. Maybe they're a little bit nervous about potential Mars since they ripped the research early.
That is true, yeah.
Because we've seen some Arceus-Dialga players just kind of hold on to their basics.
Mars does force you to do that, though. Forces you to put those Pokemon down, maybe burn some cards early that you might not expect. Which is one of the reasons the card's really, really nice in the deck. And always has been in these open deck lists.
So now the Mew comes down. We've got a Cape coming down, even though, again, you probably not really necessary. But again, with Mars looming in the background, they're choosing to keep their hand size small. They're gonna Sabrina. Okay.
I feel like I would not have done that. I feel like I get the point of stalling, but that stalling a Marshadow is like the opposite of what you want to do. But
yeah, you need to find Arceus EX too. Like ramping the cards that you're looking at on your bench don't necessarily feel great in this matchup, but it's definitely like you can definitely do it, but it's not ideal. Wow. Okay. Very aggressive healing and very aggressive usage of cards here. Just basically saying Mars is not going to beat me. Okay. Respect.
yeah, it feels like for sure that's what they're saying. 170 health on Dialga is a little bit too much for Marshadow to cover no matter what. And Cranidos as well, right? He needs both Lucarios to hit 170, I believe.
Yeah, this is quickly turning into one of those snowball games because Dialga not being answered is you're basically going to be staring down 2 Dialgas with maybe 170 hit points each that are both dealing 100 damage, which is bigger than anything your deck can handle outside of Rampardos. So, very scary situation here.
Yeah. And it looks like we retreat back to protect the one Riolu, but where are Lucarios right now?
Yeah, this is dangerously close to becoming an unwinnable situation for the fighting player, unfortunately. Okay, taking one early prize right away. So they're going to probably... See, I probably would have attached to the active, so that way I can deal 100 next turn with multiple Pokemon.
Yeah, I kind of agree.
Because now, I guess, okay, I see their thinking. They're thinking I can cover Rampardos with Mew, and I can also, if I have Leaf, I can just Leaf into Dialga. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, so we do get the 100 damage here.
Yo, is that attack Vendetta?
I think so.
That's kind of cool.
I like the name. Yeah, actually, it's a cooler name than the one we have. I feel like was it just Revenge that we have?
Yeah, it's like Revenge something. I think it might even just be Revenge. Yeah.
But that is way cooler of a word. But this looks like this Dialga is going to be able to knock out Mars Shadow.
Yeah, important breakpoint right there, by the way. For people that may not be familiar with this interaction, Rampardos does one-hit KO a Mew EX if it was to get Sabrina'd out. So that is why you're seeing the giant cape come down. Now, it is worth noting that a Lucario could fix that damage and still result in a knockout. But again, this game, it seemed like it was snowballing out of control, and it seems like that is 100% the case right now. Even with Rampardos, you're staring down almost a borderline unwinnable situation.
For sure. We have so we 70 into the Dialga. That's going to be 2 points for Clap. Numentel also is up at 2 points. That was my bad for not marking that. This feels really painful, though. And I mean, I don't know that we win this here since we didn't get the Gyarados. Not Gyarados, Rampardos.
Yeah, the game was over pretty much no matter what they did. Even if they had the Rampardos, it was going to recoil. So, yeah. Good run, though. Hey, top 4.
Really nice run, but that does mean we're going to only have Dialga Arceus in the finals. The God will finally take a win, I guess.
We went from Rampardos mirror match finals to Dialga mirror match finals. Who saw that coming?
For real. Let me quickly check to see if the other two are ready here. Are y'all ready? I'm really excited, though, for this mirror match. We talked about it a little bit. I do think that the mirror match can be pretty skill-intensive, trying to figure out, like, multiple turns ahead where and when you should be attacking, what supporters to save. So I'm pretty... We'll have to see what happens. But I'm pretty excited for some of these mirror matches, which I don't really like to say normally.
Yeah, my eyes will strictly be on the Mars effect. One deck is going to be playing Mars and no Rocky Helmets. The other deck is going to be playing double Giovanni, double Rocky Helmet. So you've got about 2 cards difference in both of these decks, and those cards will probably make a big impact on the winner in this top 4 matchup.
That makes a lot of sense. Do you have preference on which point of view we watch here? And can you tell us which is which for us?
Yeah, so Renta is going to be the player with the Rocky helmets and the 2 Giovannis, and also they are 8-0 with 1 tie in the mirror match. So I would love to see Renta's point of view if we could choose that one, just to see if they're doing anything different in the mirror.
Perfect. So we're going to be going to channel 43 then, and we'll watch Renta's point of view there.
Okay.
I'm just getting up their stream for us to watch, and we'll be starting very shortly. Kind of
hey,
crazy
give me one.
that they're, you said 8-0, well 8-0-1 in the mirror.
Yeah, pretty nuts. Hey, give me 1 second. They're going to take some time to get this started, so give me 30 seconds real quick.
Perfect, and we'll run an ad break as well again, so that no one misses anything. So they're going to be getting started in the background, guys. Let's see here. Let's see. Oh, I'm excited to see what exactly Renta does here. We talked about briefly they do R801 in the mirror match. They know this mirror match really, really well. I think it might be honestly a little bit of I like to say masterclass in the mirror. So let's check it out. Some people were worried that this mirror match might be a little bit, just luck based, but from what we've seen, and definitely going 8-0-1 in it, that's not luck. That's definitely going to be a skill intensive game to be able to do that many in a row. It is Rinta versus Sinna, and they're going to be getting their match up here. We'll have to see though. Okay, and we're getting into our game here. Welcome back. Oh, I just misclicked.
Mic check, mic check. 1 2 1 2.
Yeah,
Here we go.
you are hearable. Okay, just clicked something on it. Don't know how to fix it.
Wow.
Uh-oh.
We're supposed to be seeing Arceus-Dialga, and here we are with Arceus versus Mew EX opener. Did not see this coming.
Agreed. Trying to get back to my correct screen. Okay, we're here. We're here. I fixed it. We're fine. Okay. I was like freaked out for a second, but I found it, and we're back. But yeah, it is. We're supposed to be watching out Arceus-Dialga mirror, and it's Mew EX, like you're saying, versus Arceus.
So Renta is pondering their next move here. They are going second, so they do have that energy attach on this turn. So they're probably just deciding, if I have Pokemon in my hand, do I put them down? And then who do I attach my energy to?
Yeah.
And there's one Sabrina in each of the... Oh, actually, I take that back. There's no Sabrina for Renta. So the player that we're watching right now does not play Sabrina. They only play one Cyrus.
Wow, that's really interesting. We'll have to see how that plays out here. We have an Arceus down now as well, and it looks like we're just going to power the Arceus on the bench. I do think that means we're just going to, I don't want to say slam our head into our other opponent, but without Sabrina, it does feel a little bit like that. And then pull them back up later with Cyrus.
Yeah, if I'm the opponent here, I don't mind attaching to my bench, knowing that they cannot access the Pokemon on my bench as long as there's no damage. Healing Shaman coming down. Another energy. Seems like it's going to be attached to the Arceus EX. Man, this is a slow burner right here.
Yeah, I completely agree. Both sides are going a little bit slow because they can't get that Dialga going.
Like, compared to what we just watched, where like the game was like pretty like pretty quick. Like, this game is like, whoa, hold on.
Yeah, we
Slow
slowed down a lot.
pace.
I
Wow.
Ooh, not the basic they want. I think the mirror match is very slow, if I'm being honest. Maybe less so if we started with a Dialga, but I saw some people yesterday taking 14, 15 minutes some games in their mirror matches, going to time when they started immediately at the beginning of the set. So definitely possible that we have some slow games here.
Yeah, the fact we haven't seen either player drop a Dialga down is kind of crazy. And like, okay, so here's some other things to think about. The threat of Giovanni allows you... I think, honestly, I wouldn't mind attaching an energy to Mew, because Mew with Cape is not going to be something that they can KO. So if I was to attach and get to 3 energy on my Mew, I could actually threaten their Arceus EX unless they, attach a Cape. So yeah, I almost don't mind putting an energy on Mew, but I definitely understand getting Arceus ready to go and maybe banking on having a card like a Leaf to pivot into the active. Because Renta does play 2 Leaf, both of these decks do. But the way this game is going, it just seems like it's going to be slow enough to where you might be able to manually attach energy to a Mew.
Yeah, I do think it is in the pace that would be okay, like you're saying, especially now that Mew has 150 health with that cape. And I was wondering if last turn we should have started powering up the Mew though, right? Like Arceus
Yeah.
doesn't need 3 energies on the bench. He can have just 2. But it looks like we're actually not gonna wait for a Dialga now. We're thinking about putting the second Arceus onto our bench.
I mean, this has all the makings to like a slow, grindy game.
Which is always really nice. Nice to see some games.
Yeah, I don't know where you put the. I mean, I don't know where you put the tool. Because like if you have a tool card right now, do you put it down and try to play against a Sabrina? Okay, no, you don't. All right. So they're going to push the initiative and swing for 130 with the Rocky Helm. And they're basically saying, hey, if you have your one of Giovanni and a bench Pokemon, you kind of win.
It seems like that, yeah.
I guess I take that back because you would have to play Leaf and Giovanni, right? Like you can't Leaf and Giovanni and secure that knockout. So maybe that was the correct line to take.
That is a lot. Yeah, I mean, you obviously not even a lot to ask for. You cannot leave in Giovanni's same turn. But let's see here. We're in top 4. Top 4 for anyone asking. We run our 2 top 4 games asynchronously so that we can watch both of them. So we're still in top 4. Mew is finally coming over as well. So both sides have decided 0 Dialgas for them today. And it looks like we're just keeping this damaged Arceus in the active spot. So I guess we would have needed a Leaf to do otherwise.
That draw is very problematic. You're gonna need a giant cape if you're our player to the top of the screen.
Yeah, Senna, the draw we just had is gonna leave some problems for Senna if they don't find a giant cape.
And even if you draw a giant cape, the Rocky Helmet is a problem. You know what I mean? Because if you swing into the Rocky Helmet, even if you have 160, it's going to put you back down to 140.
Exactly.
So you're always in range of the Geo. But Mars seems to be like the card that we're probably going to see if I had to guess.
We need Mars here. Like, your opponent's running 2 Giovannis. Is a good chance they have it at this point. But I'm assuming no Mars then, and they're just going to go on and concede.
Wow. Okay, forget what I said about a slow, grindy game. That was a slow game, but it ended still relatively quickly.
Yeah.
Okay, so it seems like in the mirror match, the more aggressive deck, because it's playing those Rocky Helmets in combination with Giovanni, is able to fix one-hit KOs a lot easier. And I think that that's probably why they're having as much success in the mirror match as what we're seeing with that 8-0-1 record. I think that's probably the best explanation for what we've seen so far.
Yeah, that's a great explanation for it. Thank you so much. Because the threat of that extra 10 damage, Tinder just immediately conceded. I'm assuming they didn't have Mars, or they just realized that no matter what they do, it's not going to end in a win.
Yeah, I mean, because if you attack, you're KO'd. If you don't attack and they have Geo, you're KO'd. Like it was legitimately checkmate. I mean, that's If those games are indicative to what we've seen in the other, or uh what Renta has seen in other mirror matches, it makes all the sense in the world why this deck has been so successful in the mirror match. And great deck building. I mean, kudos to them on that.
Yeah, I think one thing that's really nice about Arceus-Dialga is just the space for tech cards. And honestly, that is what that Giovanni is, or choosing to use Giovanni over Mars, uh, running more Rocky helmets than capes. Uh, good on Renta for deciding or being able to gauge what they thought was going to be in the meta and teching for it.
Yeah, I mean the technology that they brought, if they win this whole tournament, because again, the finals is going to be another mirror match. So everything has lined up as good as it can be for Renta, because they said, "Hey, I'm going to build this deck to beat the mirror match," and it just so happened my top 4, my top 2 match were both mirror matches. That's the best dream case scenario. So we'll see. This is again a little bit of a slow burner, but both Dialgas have made an appearance. One in the active, one on the bench. And also, there's some interesting interactions too, where Rocky Helmet is going to punish opposing Dialgas trying to ramp. So let's see where if this Rocky Helmet gets played, because I think we saw them hover over a second one. Yeah, here we go.
Let's see. Yeah, it looks like we are going to have that Rocky helmet here.
I mean, I think you put it on the active and make them take damage for ramping. Because if they Sabrina, then you just send in your Dialga and you're still pinging them for the 20 damage.
Yeah, 100%, 100%. Uh,
This is great deck building, though. I mean, like, again, I think one of the hardest skills in the game is deck building. And this is such a great example of, yes, you have to play well, but also there's so much that's determined when you submit that 20 card list, along with, if you have to choose your energy selection.
yeah, and they did such a great job with that. We mentioned earlier, like, the game really does start even before you enter the battle. It's a lot of it is in that deck building, deciding what you think is going to help in the metagame. And then just one. Yep. Okay. And just like that, that Rocky helmet does put Dialga in range of a potential Arceus attack.
The only tricky part now is Shaman being able to take it in and out of that range. Other potions, obviously, Giant Cape. The card that you're looking for, if you are the Dialga player from our point of view, is going to be Leaf. Leaf is going to help you get out of that active and immediately start ramping. If you do not have Leaf, the game could get a little bit tricky because you're not able to enter the snowball effect of that Dialga going second as fast as you would like to. So this is a big energy attachment here. So you're okay. Wow, they're just going to pivot immediately into their Dialga and try to save their Mew from getting damaged more, so that way it can no longer be a Cyrus target. That seems to be what their thinking is.
That seems like a good plan to me, but we pass actually without using the potion. It's still a Cyrus target for now.
But at least it can't be KO'd right now. I think that's the only reason why you would do that, right? You're like, hey, it can't get KO'd even if they Cyrus it out.
Very true. Third energy onto Dialga. They're going to swing for 30 again here. And the helmet's going to help bring that back in range of Arceus.
And you would have to be an absolute madman to Cyrus that Mew back out. But, like, it would actually probably be the correct play if you had it. That's what's crazy.
Yeah, force that energy off the Dialga would be really, really interesting. It looks like we are kind of just saying, you're not going to have everything you need. I'm going to wait. I'm just going to use my Shaman to heal. And Dialga's back to full health, though.
Yeah. Just imagine if, they were attacking into a Rocky helmet. This would feel way worse. I mean, wow. This this game looked like a little bit of a danger zone for a second, but now it's looking like we might see the advantage turning into Renta's point of view, the player that we're watching at the bottom of the screen.
Yeah, it was feeling kind of a bit of a disaster for them. But it's coming back for sure. Now this Arceus is getting powered up. Uh, and knowing they have two Giovannis, basically any Pokemon is in range with those rocky helmets.
Yeah.
Seems like a good position for Renta.
I mean, how do you win right here? You can't one shot the. I mean, I guess. Yeah, you have to have the Giovanni for the Arceus.
Mm-hmm. Do you power up
Or
the Mew EX or do you retreat back into the Arceus? Because Sinnoh does have one Giovanni.
yeah, exactly. If let's just say that I pivot into Arceus right now and I KO the Dialga. Now I'm risking myself getting Giovanni'd.
Mm-hmm.
So I have to tread very lightly here.
Oh, we are gonna
Yeah,
retreat.
I probably have to deny the prize. And then
Hmm.
I mean, I'm still not going to be fast enough. Man, yeah, this is just, hey, I hope you don't have Gio. I mean, that's just what it comes down to. Hey, hope you don't have Giovanni or hope you're missing a basic. I think that's the only
100%.
way you win.
I completely agree.
Maybe you could have stalled. Maybe you could have stalled and hoped you drew Mars. I mean, that's or you know, or you draw your one of Cape to keep your Arceus out of getting KO'd back. If we don't see Giovanni, this person's a genius.
Let's see. Cape goes down. They have Geo.
Oh my gosh, they don't have it. That's one of those cards you windmill slam it down, you know?
Oh yeah, for sure right now. They must not have it. But
Okay, so oh my gosh.
I mean they don't
They
have
called
Cyrus
them
or Geo though, because they could have taken out the Dialga here if they didn't have Geo but had Cyrus. Oh.
you could probably save the Cyrus. You probably I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. The other thing I'm noticing is like obviously no Mars, right? Like you don't play Mars because you don't have it in like our player at the top, they didn't have the Mars, but Mars would have been, you know, a card that probably would have been really good right there too.
100%. Yeah, I agree. Like, starve them of whatever Rentel wants here. Uh, yeah, in my mind, they didn't have any of those three cards. So what did they have? I mean, they could have an Arceus or Dialga. We've already knocked out what, one Dialga, so it could be an Arceus in their hand. I don't think they're retreating here. Does seem they don't have the cards they want.
I think you have to burn a supporter right here. Like if you have the Giovanni, you have to burn the supporter because that's gonna be one less dead card that you could draw off of an opposing Mars.
100%. Yeah.
They're just gonna.
Wait, what are we doing? We wanted to retreat, it looked like, and instead they waited too long and had to just attack. But I agree, when you're faced against a Mars, you need to be burning those cards that you don't think you're using. So that if you get Mars, there's a lower chance of hitting the thing or the Pokemon. But Mars is going to go down. Question is, are they going to have a Cyrus? Because I think we're going to see a retreat here. And then the question is going to be, do we hit correctly with Dialga?
Yeah. Okay. So yes, I see what they were thinking. They were thinking about retreating into the Dialga, ramping the Mew, I assume, or ramping the Arceus, so that way, if they get Marsed, they can draw either Giovanni or Cyrus to potentially win the game.
Yeah.
Now Now it's Cyrus or bust. Yeah.
Oh, and we hit the wrong boss. We hit the
Yeah.
wrong boss.
So okay, man, that was I saw the line a little bit later than I don't even know if they ever saw the line, but I definitely found the line.
Yeah, they
Just
had to do that, but oh,
and Rocky helmet's not enough. Wow.
not enough. Owie.
Okay, so we had a small window that we could have maybe squeezed through if we had been able to retreat you and then into the Dialga and attack, and then next turn, like I said, we would have gotten Mars, and we could have found either Giovanni or Cyrus to potentially win that game. The way that it played out, we could only find Cyrus, and granted, we only play one, so we went from 3 potential outs to 1 out because of that sequencing. Tough game right there. So hey, game 3 though, let's go.
Let's go. Yeah, no, I mean, it just goes to show, like, if it just been a little bit faster, they could have played off. You could see they noticed it right at the end, and then the timer came and it said 8 seconds left, and that's when you attack. You can't
you have to
risk
go.
the animation time.
Yeah. Okay, well, here we go. This is it for a trip to the finals. Going first, we've got Dialga active going into Arceus active.
We have a Rocky helmet, which is, I mean, going to be nice in the future. It doesn't do much right now. We do finally start with Dialga, but we are going first instead. So we can't even attach our first energy. I think, yeah, we just, like, wait here for a bit.
I'm gonna be honest here. I'm way too patient to just slap down cards like that. I would have held both of those cards and passed. I mean, I just for me, I sometimes it's a fault, but I'm just way more patient because the Pokeball is not necessarily advancing my game state. The Rocky Helmet's not necessarily advancing my game state. If they Mars me right now, good, because now they can't Mars me later in the game. I've already got Dialga in the active. Like, I'm a little bit more patient in a lot of these scenarios, and sometimes, like I said, to a fault.
You know, I agree on the Pokeball. There's no reason to play the Pokeball. It tells your opponent that you have at least a basic in hand, right? And that you're holding basics and you're willing to hold basics against their Mars. But I do think getting that Rocky helmet out early, if you don't think the Rocky helmet will be there, right? Like, if you don't think the Rocky helmet will matter, maybe it's good. So then Mars, when they Mars you, you have a higher chance of the other cards you do want. But I do agree on that Pokeball. Like, if you're not going to put the Pokemon down, why are you Pokeballing?
Yeah, and like I said, with the Rocky helmet, it's like, well, now your opponent sees the Rocky helmet and has multiple turns to plan for it. Whereas if you would have played the Rocky helmet right now, they know exactly what they're getting into, right? So like, I don't know. And again, like if they Mars me early, I'm like, okay, great. I mean, now I can knock out your Pokemon and not feel very worried about going down to 1 card and suddenly I'm out of win conditions. But again, like that's just obviously I'm watching the game from behind a screen with no stakes, right? And this person's in the trenches. They just dropped a game where maybe a decision they made could have given them a little bit better chances of winning. So maybe they're just playing at a different level than me right now.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely could know better than both of us, getting all the way into that top 4. And we're going to go in and start powering up our bench. I'm assuming it's the Arceus. It is. And now it's 160 health. Arceus is basically ready to go.
Yeah. And hey, I look at this situation right here and I think, okay, where would Cape and where would Helmet help me more? And like I think it's still to be determined, right? Like the Rocky helmet right here, I don't know if it's gonna make a difference. I guess the difference it could make is if if they potion. But again, like you still have okay, so there's the potion.
They do have the potion, but if they attack into the Rocky helmet, they're still in range of like a Giovanni 3 Pokemon on the bench attack. Maybe they're not the most concerned by that. Oh, they have Sabrina, so it's gonna allow them to avoid the Rocky helmet. Do you put up the Dialga and say put damage into something I'm not using, or do you go in and get that Arceus out there? I feel like I would have to put the Dialga out.
You just got to go with your guns. You know, like, I mean, I think you just got to go with your guns here. The game is going to be decided in the next 2 turns. I think you just, it stinks, but I think you just got to go with your guns. Because if you put the Dialga out there, you might find yourself stranded with no way to get it out, and you can't apply any pressure. I think right now you just have to go. You have to say, hey, hopefully I can finish this game off, but yeah, I mean, this is tough. Because the player at our top of the screen has no tempo. Like
Yeah.
outside, if you get past this Arceus, like it's just a completely different game.
100%. Yeah, like there's no energies on the board other than the Arceus, versus we have energy enough to start ramping another Pokemon, potentially even attacking with another Pokemon in 2 turns. Shaman is going to appear. It looks like we're just gonna, yeah, go in and swing for 130 here.
So again, like this is kind of the question that I was asking is like, would you rather have had the Rocky helmet on, you know, your bench or in your active? Maybe if you had, I don't know. There's too many what ifs. Looking at the current game state, Dialga is probably going to get an energy here, is what I would assume.
Mm-hmm.
But just like once you clear this Arceus, you should be in great shape.
Agreed. And they didn't get any potion. Oh, they did get a potion off that turn. I didn't realize that. My bad. Like halfway through. This is definitely not a great spot to be in right now. I think Senna might. Knock on wood. Seems like a bit. I feel like Senna's in the lead right now. Even though Renta has more like tempo, Senna's at 2 points. If they are able to, if they put this attack into Dialga, they're still surviving another turn. Like they're still surviving, and then only 20 health left on that Dialga doesn't seem great.
Do you retreat here?
I don't know. I almost think you don't. I think you just attack, right? Or maybe
You're
you
going to be
do
one.
and set up a Mew.
I think you're going to be 1 turn too late if you don't retreat.
Hmm. We don't see the retreat come down.
And obviously Mars is a real card.
Haven't we already used Mars? Too many games have happened today. I thought Mars had already come down.
No
Okay.
Mars yet. Oh, but okay, never mind. This player is not playing Mars. The player that we're watching is not playing Mars. So.
Yeah, Sin is the one who's playing Mars. Renta is playing 2 Giovanni. And no Sabrina. Yeah, the potion is going to bring him back out of range of the Dialga attack.
I think they're using the cards because they are anticipating a Mars.
Makes sense, of course, yeah. I think you
if
probably...
you attach, I don't know where you're supposed to attach, but if you attach to Mew, everything is 1 energy away from hitting for their highest threshold. So
Yeah.
here we go. Okay.
That's where I would go as well, like you're saying. 2 points to Rena now, so they are tied again.
Yeah, it looks like Cyrus is the win condition for our player at the top. And it looks like Giovanni is going to be the win condition for our player at the bottom. I think that's the way it works. Because the Dialga is going to be at 130 unless there's a giant cape. And that'll be in range. If there is a giant cape, Giovanni, I don't believe will matter. I mean, this game got as close as it could.
Yeah, for sure. energy onto the Arceus. We're just going to do 30 damage here.
Wow, no giant cape. So Giovanni wins. Here we go. Here we go. I guess, and Giovanni doesn't even matter. Yeah. Actually, hold on. Wait a minute. There's no Arceus on the board.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out where Giovanni's would help, because max you're doing is 110 here, right? With a Giovanni.
Oh my gosh.
We're hoping for no Cyrus, I think, is the play now.
Oh no. Wow. Yeah, this is, man, and you just they've got to have it.
Yeah, at this point.
What a game though. I really thought that they had I thought they had Arceus on board. They don't. Yeah, this. Oh man. Yeah, there's the Arceus moving into the
Arceus.
active, and then here comes the Cyrus, you imagine.
I mean, I feel like no matter what, you bring the Arceus in the active, so maybe they don't have Cyrus, but no, they don't have Cyrus. So now we're saying, Renta, you don't get Cyrus, and it's the card they hit. Tapes onto Arceus. He's spam clicking it. Oh my god. The one card that he needed, Renta hits, unless I'm wrong about which one that is. Is that Giovanni, not Cyrus?
No, that's Cyrus.
Okay. I was like, wait. I'm so bad at faces.
And Giovanni the boot.
Giovanni.
Absolute cinema.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, man.
Last game, we wanted both bosses. This game, we got both bosses, and we're taking the win. That's going to be 2-1. Renta is going to the top, to finals.
Wow. I mean, wow.
Interesting.
We just got an incredible game 3. There were so many different ways that game could have gone. What
100%.
a game.
I love that game, so I'm really happy with how that one went. I wonder if we'll see something similar in the finals, where we'll have another mirror match now.
Man. Okay, well. So I believe it's Frog EX Numentanol?
Versus...
Numentanoli?
Yeah, versus Renta.
Yeah, I think it's the exact same deck list that we just saw. Dang, dude. Yeah, that whole time, I thought that they had a way to do 140, but they only had Mew. And then that opened up the door for Cyrus to win the game, and Cyrus didn't appear. And then Mars came out. Wow. Yeah, that was I gotta tell you, you have given me the chance to come up here and co-cast with you for a few times now, and the last 2 times that we have co-casted, the top 4 matches have been insane. I mean,
agreed.
That was a crazy game.
A lot of fun to see, and I'm excited to see how this next one will go. 'Cause I think, as you said, we're going to see the same exact matchup. Oh, wait, this is Mars. Yeah, it's the Mars list again. My brain fogged for a second there. So it's going to be Mars list versus Double Giovanni again.
And like I said, if you're Renta, you couldn't really have drawn it up better. You're playing a deck that is specifically built to try to beat the mirror match. You're currently 9-0-1 against the mirror match, and you're playing it to win it all right now. This is the best case scenario for you. Just play well. If you're their opponent, you better be aware of those Giovannis and those Rocky helmets, because those cards can definitely swing this matchup.
100%. Yeah, they really, really can, and I can't wait to see what they do this next game. A lot to watch out for on both sides. Giovanni's, Cyrus's, Mars, those Rocky helmets, when to best put down those capes, because Numental is running 2 capes and no helmets, and Renta is running those 2 helmets, 1 cape. We'll have to, a lot to watch out for here. Okay. So I just let them know that they can start when they're ready, and we're already in the correct channel. So, wait, they're not streaming anymore though. Oh, wait.
Yeah, I figured they closed it to not show the password, but I don't know. So
I told them to stream it again, though. I'm sure they'll do it.
man, I mean, yeah, this is if I had to go with one deck right now in this matchup, yeah, I'd probably go with the deck that is built to beat the mirror. But again, anything can happen, and I mean, these games have been. This has been very entertaining, very good gameplay back and forth, playing to their outs. I hope that the finals is just as good as what we just saw in that top 4 match.
Yeah, I completely agree. Fingers crossed. I'm sure it's going to be a lot of fun here. But they have just started up their stream, so we can get that back up and going. Let me pop it up. Just pop. Yeah. But this is going to be really hype, and I'm excited for this next matchup. I almost wonder, do you think, I'm trying to remember the exact list from last week. Okay, if you were to say that between these two, which do you think is also stronger into the Gyarados list?
That's a tough one because I don't know how well Renta has done into the Gyarados matchup. I mean, they played it one time and lost to it this entire tournament run.
Uh-oh.
They played against a Gallade Sudowoodo deck and beat it in top 32. We might even have seen that game actually. That's a tough one. I would probably have to brew on that a bit, but
so it looks like both of our players have had really strong matchups into the mirror. Numental has beaten 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Arceuses. Arceus-Dialga is coming up to this. They've also beaten 2 of their Imparted Lucarios, lost to 2, but we'll have, I mean, I do like Renta's list better for the mirror in my own opinion, but they've both been doing well into it. I do think it's pretty skill intensive, so it can also lend to that as well. We're getting up our game here. I was a little bit slow, my bad.
You just got a couple of Dialgas looking at each other right now, and Renta is going second, so they got the first energy attachment. So not too much missed so far. You know, regarding Renta's list going into the fighting decks, the only thing that I could think of is like I'm not sure how good the Giovannis are in that matchup, and I think that's maybe a matchup where you want Giant Cape a little bit more than you want Rocky Helmet to just kind of survive some breakpoints. But again, you know, it's tough to say without seeing it. But yeah, I'd probably lean towards the normal list that we're used to into Rampardos. But that's just my first thoughts.
Yeah, because I was thinking like maybe Numental's list is stronger into Rampardos, but then Renta's is stronger into the mirror. But
yeah,
I'm not fully sure. Just like you're saying, I'm not really sure which is better which. We do have that second energy onto Renta's Dialga, and luckily we do find a Pokemon to put that energy onto. Otherwise, it would definitely have been a little bit of a loss of ramp here.
So if in the scenario where you had Giant Cape and Rocky Helmet right here, I actually lean towards putting Rocky Helmet on my benched Pokemon, so that way they cannot Sabrina around my Rocky Helmets. That's probably where I would lean if I had, you know, both of those cards in my hand. But we're seeing Giant Cape not get played, so we'll see what happens from there.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see. Yeah, I kind of agree because like Cyrus is often late game, so who cares if they have their Sabrina later? Um, it does feel like a little bit like a baiting, right, towards that Sabrina. But I guess if they do attack here, well, they'll still be now in range again of that Giovanni Arceus attack. We have an Arceus come down as well, so we're gonna get to ramp up Numatal's or Numa's Arceus as well. Do they have the Sabrina though?
Hmm. The potion and cape were gigantic
Yeah.
for our player at the top. And now,
Ooh, another potion, bringing him out of range of Giovanni hit.
yeah, and I think you would have lost way too much tempo if you're Renta, like hard retreating into Arceus and then,
Mm-hmm.
using Giovanni with a full bench. I think that would have probably lost way too much tempo. So I probably wouldn't have wanted to do that play anyways. So I don't mind them getting, 10 less HP off of that potion. Now I have to decide what I'm going to be doing with my ramp and with my manual attach per turn. Because if I attach right here, I do need to be aware that Giovanni is a card in my opponent's deck list. So a hard retreat into Arceus could lead to a easy 2-point knockout. However, that would leave that would leave Renta with a Arceus potentially just sliding back into the active and knocking out the Arceus that I just used. So I don't know. I don't know that that's the right line to hard retreat right here for either player, but let's see what Numentali does right here. So Dialga is 3 energy on the bench. Arceus has none, and Dialga has 2 in the active.
Um, yeah, let's see what
I'm a
they.
little shocked that the energy didn't go on Arceus from that previous turn, but
Me too, honestly. Like you would have thought they would have ramped it that Arceus that can do like 130 damage. Maybe that's telling that they don't have a third basic to put down, so they didn't find it, uh, as important. Not sure though. Both sides
well, I
fully
would
powered
say,
up, basically.
yeah, and I would say right now the advantage is definitely in Renta's point of view. If Renta had another potion right here, that would be something that would be very difficult to overcome
Mm-hmm.
because it could push that Dialga in the active up to 140 and maybe present a lot of problems. But right now, I would say Renta is in a really good control of this game. I think you have to attach to the active. Oh no. Maybe they didn't count. Oh, did they not count? Oh, they're just going to retreat.
Oh, so we are gonna retreat. I wonder if we're going straight. Yeah, we're straight back to that Arceus. He's 160 health. Pretty nice time to be able to swing for more than this Dialga can take.
Yeah.
Definitely
And
bad.
now, oh no, I was just going to say it now. Sabrina or Cyrus makes things really awkward because you're staring down 2 Pokemon with rocky helmets.
Yeah, it really, really does. I mean, the one thing you could do is Cyrus, but that's directly into a Rocky helmet as well.
Yeah.
Um, and you do not want to put it in range of, you know, a knockout by this Arceus.
You're pretty much in 2-hit KO range. That's almost a checkmate right here.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how you get out of this scenario. Because you have to attack. I mean, you've already used both of your potions, so you can't heal out of Cyrus range. I mean, it's looking like a checkmate.
It does
I
feel
don't know
like
how
that, yeah.
I don't know how they get out of this.
Retreating leans, yeah, there's no, I don't think there is a way to get out of this.
Man, this is
Mars.
again like you just got to give kudos to the way that Renta has built this deck to, play in the mirror match, and it is working exactly like they probably drew it up. I mean, this is most impressive.
100%, yeah. Looks like we're gonna have a little bit of a heal. I don't really think it's obviously. Ah! We've knocked out an Arceus. No, we've knocked out a Dialga. So I guess there is like Pokemon 2 put on the bench potentially. Um,
I mean, you may want to just deny the prize here so you can like extend the game.
yeah, but I could see that as well. Problem is going to be if you retreat here, the energy has to be attached to attack to one of these other Pokemon. So this Arceus is going to go down to 1 energy. Luckily, Mew can copy the Arceus attack.
Mm-hmm.
Guess we swing for 100 here, and we do. I mean, I would even thought it would have been safe to go for the 30, but always better safe than sorry.
Yeah, I would always push the max damage for sure. So here you retreat, you swing at the Dialga. Okay, they had Cyrus. Okay, the game slowed down a little bit, so I was a little behind. So Cyrus comes out, gonna take out the only thing. So now the cape comes down.
Now we need Cyrus.
Yeah, I mean, this is the absolute dream scenario. But there's no more Cyrus left.
Oh, we have already used Cyrus as well? I didn't realize that part on Rental's
No.
side.
My bad. I meant for Numentali's side. There's no more Cyrus left.
Yeah.
So now you're gonna have to make sure you can deal 130. Excuse me, you're gonna have to deal 140 or
Yeah, with
more.
the Shaman. We didn't hit the Cyrus. I mean, we can do 110 here, and I guess the Arceus can't knock us out.
Yeah, you just Sabrina here. You Sabrina and hopefully have another Pokemon. What a match. Honestly. I thought this game was over for Renta.
Yeah, I thought it was over for Numental a couple turns ago as well.
Yeah, my bad. I thought Renta like won. I thought they were gonna walk away with this one, but now the window is 100% open. Even though there's only 3 cards in hand, if there's a Pokemon and a Sabrina, this game could end. But with how long it's taking, it seems like that's not a combination of cards that they have in their hand right now.
It looks like it's a Giovanni though for the.
Oh, are they short a Pokemon?
I think they're short a Pokemon, and they concede. I'm surprised by the concede, if I'm being honest. I actually don't think you concede there. Am I the only one who thinks you don't concede there?
I mean, you're dead on board, but obviously, hey, you might as well make them play it out.
No, but I mean, like, you're not, right? Because 160 health Arceus can't get one shot by the Mew EX. I'm assuming they thought there was going to be a Cyrus come out, but there was.
Yeah.
Spoiler alert: there was no Cyrus in hand.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you probably play it out just to be sure. For that's 100% fair. So looks like Renta is, oh wow, mirror match. Renta is going second, and it is Dialga heads up, staring at each other in the active.
Yeah, the random balloons were great there in the middle of it. I love the
Oh, whoops.
balloons. It's really funny. You're like they're dead on board and the balloons went up. Um, but yeah, I mean we're both getting those. I mean that starting with the Dialga in the active spot, great for both of them. Renta does get a basic, 2 basics it looks like. I question if you hold them, but doesn't look like it.
Nah, from the games that we've seen, they are less likely to hold cards. Is the way that I'm seeing these games play out, at least in this mirror match.
Yeah, I agree. But this is exactly my problem with not holding it, right? Is
Yeah.
you do end up you could have a Sabrina. We do have a Leaf to counteract this, in all honesty.
Yeah.
So it's like not the biggest problem, but
I mean,
oh,
if you're 5-headed, you just baited a Sabrina, and now you only have to worry about Cyrus. Like that's the 5-headed play. If that's your line of thinking, I don't know if that's what they thought, but that's exactly how it's gonna be. Like that's how it played out, right? You basically traded their one Sabrina for one of your 2 Leaves,
exactly. Yeah. Uh
and you'll take that. You'll take that every day.
for sure. I wonder if, oh, Shaman will bring them back to full health. Let's see
Yeah.
here.
It's a lot better than one less retreat cost. Oh no, ramping a shaman.
Not the Shaman ramp. This is actually tragic for Numa. That normally I say, at least they have one Pokemon down to pick up the energy, but that's basically not a Pokemon when it comes to ramping energy in this deck.
Yeah, that's enough to lose you a game, unfortunately. Like the way that this is looking now, you're staring down 3 different threats, excuse me, and a Rocky helmet, and you are on life support with your Dialga.
100%. We've used
Man.
one potion. He only has one more potion left. I mean, we could see a knockout as early as next turn at this point under this Dialga.
Yeah, you need another potion.
Mm-hmm.
And even if you have another potion, the Rocky helmet.
Yeah,
So this is where
exactly.
that Sabrina could have been nice, I guess, but
Agreed.
I mean, this is, if you can maneuver out of this one, you're a Pokemon master. You're a Pokemon legend.
Could be possible though. We'll have to see.
Because I mean, okay, you ramp the Dialga on the bench. You go to 110, and now you're staring down a potential Arceus that comes in and KOs you. So they're gonna choose to potion here. So they should be at 130. So they have to have some combination of like retreating and then another Pokemon.
Yeah, like a retreat and another Pokemon. We did see a Leaf just get drawn, so we could even actually just see Leaf. Then every single Pokemon on board is ready to attack or retreat in the future, and it's just down to if there's a Pokemon in hand. Don't even need a Geo.
Yeah, I mean that was the best card that they could probably draw in the entire deck.
And the Leaf comes down. We're retreating back to this Arceus that we just powered up. And
Yeah.
basic? Basic anyone? And it looks like another Dialga. Oh? Spoiler, they have two.
Oh, they faked you out. Uh-oh. Hold on.
Which is it going to be? No, it is.
Is it?
Is it?
It's
I'm getting
at this point. I mean, at this point, it probably matters like a very slight, like a very small thing that it matters, right? Like, I mean, this game looks like it's going to be very tough. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, this is tough. Because it's not even like you can Cyrus. Because if you Cyrus, you swing into a Rocky Helmet.
Yeah.
If you Sabrina, well, your Sabrina's gone. You've already used it. Um,
That is true. That is true.
so, man. At least you
Mars
have
for.
Mars. Okay.
But I mean, I guess what we're hoping for is him not to Sabrina, but we don't run Sabrina in Renta's list. I don't really know what you're trying to stop with the Mars. Like, I like Mars is this late, right? But I think you normally need a goal for the Mars. But I don't, and I'm just not able to identify what the goal might be here.
Yeah, I just think that they're probably they're probably realizing that this game is a little bit out of reach. And you know, just playing cards to try to play cards.
For sure, for sure. Looks like we are gonna start powering up this Dialga on the bench. Not that it matters too much.
No.
But we can put some
I mean, you have everything you need.
Yeah, 100%.
There's the only way that you know this game goes terribly wrong is if you decide to be incredibly generous or some catastrophe with your phone.
Yeah, a phone crashing could still win this for Numa.
I mean, the first game though was tremendous. I mean,
Oh yeah.
that was a great game back and forth. This game definitely felt like, you know, obviously going second matters, and then having the follow up cards. You know, they had the leaf for the Sabrina. They top decked the second leaf to pivot into their attacker. I mean, everything kind of lined up very well for Renta, and you know they played it about as good as you could play it. You know, so I think that although you know Numentali may come up short, I don't know that there's a lot else that they could have done differently this game.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I'm not really sure there's anything you could really do here, or could have done different this game at all, sadly.
Good game.
Yeah, and I think that's a good game. And that's 2-0 in the finals. Renta's gonna take the win, and what an awesome masterclass we've seen these last in the top 4 in the finals here by Renta. They know their mirror match. They teched for it, they prepped for it, and they know exactly what they need to do to take home the win. And just like that, Renta becomes Ursiiday's Pokemon Pocket Weekly 19 first place winner. I'm gonna bring up the other channel, but thank you guys so much. Huge, huge, huge shout out and congratulations to Renta for that first place absolute masterclass. What a fantastic job by them. Yeah, I'm actually kind of inspired to try out some Dialga Arceus now. Didn't get to play a lot this week as my dissertation, but now I'm ready to go practice the mirror over and over and over again.
Yeah, that deck was just perfectly constructed for the situation that it ran into. If you're telling me that I can build a deck that wins the mirror match and then I play it 11 times or however many it was over, you know, 16 rounds, I like my odds. They did a fantastic job, and a big shout out to all the other players that, you know, played in this tournament and competed to the best of their abilities. You know, that's what it's about. You're not always going to win first place, but hopefully you played some good games, you learned something, and you know, you're ready to go for that next tournament.
Absolutely. Like, what a fantastic job. And hopefully players can learn from some of these games, figure out what to do, and be prepped for next week's tournament. That being said, hopefully my mods will drop the links at the same time, at the correct time, since I am on delay. But if you guys are interested in playing in these tournaments, we do already have next week's tournament up and ready for you guys to sign up for. Ursiidays number 20, which is pretty huge in my opinion. It is already live to sign up for. Absolutely fantastic job by Renta, and I'm sure we'll see a lot of those Arceus-Dialgas, you know, gameplay next week as well. What a fantastic job, though. With that, though, I do want to give a huge shout out as well to our second place Numa. Fantastic job by that Frog X member. So huge shout out to the Frog X team. They definitely deserve it after the showing that they had in chat. I am a personal fan of coffee pastas. I don't know if that's like a popular opinion. That might be the opposite of a popular opinion, but I love coffee pastas. So I love seeing them turn up in chat. That being said, though, I do also want to say a huge shout out and thank you to our co-caster today. Nothing but bangers. He did a fantastic job today, and we have so much fun having him on again. Thank you so much for coming on. If you guys are interested in Pokemon content, he does do YouTube, he does Twitch, he has a Twitter, all of which are focused on Pokemon Pocket content, specifically the competitive side of Pokemon Pocket. So make sure to check him out, !co-caster for his information. Is there anything that you would like to say before we do sign off and all the other shout outs for today?
Hey, no, just again, thank you for bringing me on. I always love getting on here with you, Ursi. You're fantastic. The community loves you. We appreciate everything that you do. And a big shout out to all the team that makes these events possible that you have, working in the background. And I hope to be back because every time it feels like I'm on here, we have some incredible games. And I got to tell you, it's so much fun watching the tournament unfold in this top cut, and what an incredible job deck building what we just saw and execution. So definitely enjoyed it, and wow, just again, thanks. It was awesome.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic job by all of our players. I'm going to give a shout out there. Huge shout out to our mods, to our judges, to our Discord mods. Thank you guys so much for supporting this tournament the way that you do. We could not run this tournament every single weekend without them. Absolutely just not possible. We couldn't have the streams running as smoothly as we do. All of it is because of them. I know sometimes people get frustrated at judge calls or things like that. But please make sure that you're always thanking the judges, always thanking the mods, even when you're frustrated, and remember that they are just trying to do their best. And it's because of them that we can make this stream run the way it does, make this tournament run the way it does. And very huge shout out to our mods, our judge group. Thank you so much. I do also want to give a huge shout out to our players this week. Absolutely fantastic job. Almost 1,200 players this week, while we still had, fantastic showing for this weekend's tournament. Thank you guys so much. And huge shout out to our viewers, because we would not be able to have a tournament with such a large, large sponsor. It is only because of them. And with that, huge shout out to our sponsor, XP Collect. They do such a fantastic job supporting this community with that 400 USD prize pool every single week. They've been doing this since week 1, and obviously they really went out on a limb to do this for us, and we're so happy that we still have them around and have this awesome sponsorship. So if you guys are interested in any type of physical cards, be it Pokemon with that Journey Together coming out with ! Journey Together, if you want to get on their pre-order list, and all of the or any other card game like Lorcana, Yu-Gi-Oh, you can check out their website. They're a local card shop up in New Jersey that will be happy to take your orders. They haven't had to cancel a pre-order in over 8 years, so you can definitely be confident in ordering from them. But yeah, huge shout out to everyone. Huge shout out to my awesome co-caster today. Huge shout out to our viewers, our players, our sponsor, our judges. Thank you guys so much for turning up and turning out today. So happy to have you guys here. And if you are interested in Pokemon Pocket content, I do stream about 7 days of the week. I am planning on trying to rev up the content now that am finished up with my dissertation. I'll have more time for stream again. So if you're interested in stream, make sure that you subscribe on YouTube, follow on Twitch. And if you want to be a part of our fun hangout tonight, we do a Twitch subscriber/YouTube member hangout every Sunday night, 7:30 p.m. So about 2 hours and 15 minutes from now. We would love for you guys to join us. We also have a lot of different content, Twitter, YouTube, Instagram. You can check all of them out. And we are going to raid Numa, since they were awesome enough to stream all their games. I'm going to start waving now, so I know when I got to the end of my stuff, since I am on delay. We're just going to wave, and I'm going to see when this shows up. Thank you guys so much for being here, since this is still going to be recorded. Woo! I make MVB laugh every time at this, because then we still get to do our sign-off for YouTube as well. But yeah, YouTube. I don't know if you're gonna see this. I think it's just YouTube that's gonna see this part. So thank you, YouTube, for being here. You're so cool. I'm sure I'll start waving soon on the camera. It's gonna really work well. Don't forget